May mundong di pa kilala, mundong naghihintay, nakaraang nililihim at pilit na ikinubli.
Kung atong suhiron, pagkalayo ang tahakon, kalibutan sa tong kagahapon, dali atong sudungon.
Mga ayaw sa panahon ng kadakilaang limot, mga ayaw sa kultura ngayon'y maabot, mga ayaw sa landas na dapat naakit, mga ayaw sa mundo na pinuno natin.
Wala magsugod ang tanan sa pag-abot ni Magallanes, kay sukat pa sa sinugdan may gawi ng sumbanan.
May pinalaton-laton, may ambahanon, may katilingban palatikangan, may pagpakig-angot sa iban nga kabanwahanan.
May bahandig, may siday, may tambalan, may bailan, may adagin, titindugan, katawan may katalahuran. Kalikas ay alaga, dagat ay binabaybay, buo ang mundo, may sigla ang buhay. Mga ayaw sa panahon ng kadakilaang limok, mga ayaw sa kultura ngayon'y maabot, mga ayaw sa landas na dapat naakit, mga ayaw sa mundo na pinuno natin. Halina't sumama, bata't diwa'y buksan, sa paraw na inulo, dali ang sumagat. Halina't
Makinig sa salaysay, puso'y
sa paraw na inulo, dali ang sumagat. Mundo nila'y gawing atin, mananalig sa kadakilaan, ngayon ay atin din. Mga ayaw sa panahon ng kadakilaang limok, sa kultura ngayon'y maabot, mga ayaw sa landas na dapat naakit, mga ayaw sa mundo na pinuno natin, mga ayaw sa mundo na pinuno natin.
Mandirigmang Pilipino, Kasaysayang araw po. Historic day to everyone. Mabuhay. This is Xiao, Chua, Public Relations Officer of the Philippine Historical Association. I will be your moderator for the morning session of the second day of the International Conference of the International Council for Historical and Cultural Cooperation, Southeast Asia, with the theme Arrivals, Conflict, and Transformation in Maritime Southeast Asia, 1400 to 1800. The songs that you heard before we started came from Mangayaw, the world of our ancestors, performed during the 500-day countdown to the National Quincentennial last December at Hoops Dome, Lapu-Lapu City. The lyrics were written by Mr. Floyd Quintos. He also directed Mangayaw and the Southeast Asian Games opening ceremonies as well. Mangayaw brought together theater directors and performing arts groups from the Visayas, as well as historians and translators. The soundtrack is available through Spotify. Before we begin today's session, let us put ourselves in the presence of our Lord. The historian's prayer. Lord of history, we humble ourselves to you in this critical time of our country. Thank you for the gift of knowing our mother country through our history, because it is only in knowing her that we can truly love her. Thank you for the realization that history is not just about the great personages who created and led the nation, but also about the people from the margins whose blood, sweat, toil, and tears built our country, that we may always be sympathetic to the plight of the common man. Grant us a sound mind to discern, with the guidance of your Spirit, what is relevant and true using our God-given reason. Give us the diligence in finding our sources, the most exhaustive we can get for any given topic. Protect our sources from destruction and neglect, and preserve our national memory. Provide us a critical mind in analyzing the sources, so we may arrive closest to the truth while recognizing that there can be as many perspectives as it can be. Teach us to be fair to each party, while being faithful to the truth that is in our hearts. Remind us that history, aside from understanding the complexity and diversity of the present, can also have the power to unite us and the power to make us proud of ourselves so we can build our own identity as a people. Demonstrate to us that our understanding of our own culture enriches our perspective of the past. Help us become a bridge of understanding between the academe and the people, and make us learn the lessons of the past so we could create solutions to our present problems towards attaining a better future. Despite the gifts that you have given us, may we stay humble and see our work as a way of serving our students, our readers, our publics. Yet, may we see ourselves as bearers of true enlightenment and justice, not enablers of darkness and ignorance. May the way we tell the stories of our past be relevant to our people, that they may learn something from it. May we bring history closer to the people, all for your greater glory and the nation that you have given us. Amen. Thank you very much. You may all be seated. Diyos. Sorry. Well, again, welcome to the parang totoo, di ba? Let's imagine we are in a real room, in a real conference hall. But thank you very much for joining us. Welcome to the International Conference of the International Council for Historical and Cultural Cooperation, Southeast Asia, with the theme Arrivals, Conflict, and Transformation in Maritime Southeast Asia, 1400 to 1800, brought to you by the Philippine Historical Association, Masyarakat Sejawaran Indonesia, Persatuan Sejarah Malaysia, the National Quincentennial Committee, the De La Salle University Southeast Asia Research Center and Hub, and the University of San Carlos. We would like to remind everyone that we're currently streamed live on the Facebook pages of the Philippine Historical Association, the National Quincentennial Committee, the LSU Southeast Asia Research Center and Hub, National Commission for Culture and the Arts, Department of Foreign Affairs, Department of Education of the Republic of the Philippines, Local Historical Committees Network, and Project Saysay. Also, University of San Carlos, Cebu for free in the public interest. For those who are posting this event or anything related to it in your social media, please use the hashtag PHA, hashtag PHA 2020, and hashtag PHA65 because this we are also celebrating our 65th year this year. Before we start our session, I would like to remind everyone that what we're doing now, bringing together for the past 8, conferences of the International Consortium of Southeast Asian Historians, is that this is not new. This conference was in line with PHA's pioneering tradition of bringing Asian historians together. And this is a quote from the historian Reynaldo Ileto. In most accounts of the development of Southeast Asian studies, the 1961 Singapore Conference is mentioned as a foundational event, the first conference ever of Southeast Asian historians. In contrast, the 1968 Philippine Historical Association Conference has largely been forgotten or ignored. I think it's time to revisit the 1960 PHA Manila event and perhaps resurrect it as the grandmother of the present conference. The 1961 Singapore Conference can be placed in its proper context as a follow-up and partner of the Manila Conference, with the local participants in both sharing a common goal of decolonizing history. Mukhang yan din yung ginagawa natin in the past few sessions that we are actually reclaiming our stakes in regional history. Of course, it's a continuing process, although matagal na yan. And of course, the 1960 PHA Manila event was held, one of the sessions were held at the House of Representatives of the Philippines, the Congress Hall, which is now where the Spoliarium is located today in the National Museum. So napaka-historic ng Philippine Historical Association, and because of this conference, it gave birth to the International Associations of Historians of Asia, or IAHA, which is still very much active today. So now I will begin. I will be facilitating a session about the very reason why we are all here today. Ito po yung pambansang Quincentenaryo o National Quincentennial. So, of course, our formal name of the segment would be Sailing Through the Quincentennial, a primer and guide to teaching materials. But I would like to call it Kwentuhang Quincentenaryo. So, of course, to give us a context, what's this Pokemon? What's this Quincentennial? Diba? I would like to invite here to join us the secretariat, one of the secretariat of the National Quincentennial Committee, Mr. Christopher Alfonso, who also works for the National Historical Commission of the Philippines. Ian, magandang umaga sa'yo. Makasaysayang umaga po.
Magandang umaga, Professor Xiao. Magandang umaga sa ating mga nakikinig, sa ating mga nandito sa webinar.
Sige, wag na tayong magpatumpik-tumpik. Ano ba itong Quincentenaryo? Ano ang ginugunita natin sa pagdiriwang na ito? O pagdiriwang o paggunita, no, na ito?
Okay lang bang mag-share ng ng PowerPoint, Okay. So para mag-guide tayo, So sa 2021, so ina-expect natin na may mga sunod-sunod na mga events patungkol sa nangyari 500 years ago na napaka-iconic sa atin, the 1521. So ang estado ay mangunguna sa isang grupo ng mga pangyayari nagugunitain sa 2021. Tinatawag itong Quincentennial Commemorations in the Philippines. So at nag-spearhead nito, nag-create ang Office of the President ng Comittee. Ito yung National Quincentennial Committee, NQC, na ang dalawang major events na kanyang gugunitain on top. Ang pinaka priority ay yung Victory at Mactan, And then yung, of course, hindi rin natin pwedeng palampasin yung parte ng Pilipinas sa tagumpay ng sangkatauhan to
Tama.
circumnavigate the world for the first time, ano. So mahaba-haba yung yung part ng Philippines sa first circumnavigation. It's between March 16 and October 28 of 1521. So yun yung period ng main commemoration, ano. So nakapaloob doon sa meta narrative na meta narrative, which is the circumnavigation, yung April 27 o yung the victory at Mactan. Of course, sa ating mga kababayang Katoliko, mahalaga din ang 2021 dahil ito rin yung ikalimandaang taon ng Kristyanismo sa Pilipinas, or the introduction of Christianity in the Philippines, to not to be confused to the with the 500 with the Christianization of the Philippines, which happened in 1565, or 44 years after the expedition, the expedition in the Philippines, uh, para lang magkaroon lang tayo ng, in a nutshell, so merong government led at merong church led. So maraming na pagbabaliktad o nalilito, lalo na sa mga Catholic faithful, na ang akala lang ng marami sa ating mga kababayang Katoliko, ang 2021 ay devoted lang sa Christianity, So hindi lang po Christianity ang focus ng 2021. Particularly the government, gaya na nabanggit ko, ay focus siya sa history, culture, and academic, and diplomatic, at sa tourism part. Okay? So yung church-led, of course, nandyan yung CBCP, mayroon silang tinatawag na 500 years of Christianity in the Philippines. Ito yung nangunguna sa mga church-led activities for the 500 years of Christianity. Kahit na magka-iba ang nagpapatakbo ng mga events na to, hindi pa rin inevitable na hindi magkita ang dalawang to, dahil parte ng kasaysayan ng Kristyanismo, parte ng
Tama.
ating pagkatao ang Kristyanismo, parte ng pagiging Pilipino, ng ating mga cultural properties, ating cultural heritage, ang mga simbahang Katoliko, So hindi natin maipagse-separate yung dalawa. Of course, the government will not meddle on the evangelization, ng CBCP, sa kanila 'yon, So tayo ay guided ng academic, ng cultural, ng historical, sa ibang bansa, ang Quincentennial ng ibang bansa, bukod sa historical and cultural, ay may dimension ng environmental, at
Yes.
ng scientific, because the scientific community regards the achievement of humanity, of circumnavigating the planet for the first time, as a breakthrough, and also an achievement of science, because from then on nag-advance ang ating pag-unawa sa ating universe, na empirically, although alam na ng tao na bilog ang mundo, pero empirically napatunayan na bilog ang mundo because of the completion of the circumnavigation, So and
So
then
yan, ano lang
environment.
paglilinaw dyan, hindi yung pag-glorify talaga kay Magellan per se, itong celebration. Actually, we're just joining an international celebration, di ba? But it is also it's a kudos, or it's a kudos to humankind. And that's why napakaganda ng sinabi mo na yan, kasi it brings into perspective na hindi talaga to dahil colonial mentality tayo, ipinagdiriwang natin si Magellan, but because we're actually joining an international celebration na ang laki ng bahagi natin, why would we miss it? Diba?
Yes. Actually, this international conference we're having now is part of the official activities of the Quincentennial in the Philippines, We
Right.
are emphasizing the role not only of the Philippines, but of Asia in per se, Southeast Asia. Dahil ang dahilan ba't nagkaintindihan ng ating mga ninuno at ang expedition ng mga Espanyol, si taga Malacca, si Enrique de Malacca. And then ang dahilan bakit nadaan sa atin ang expedition ay ang Indonesia, the Maluku.
Moluccas.
Moluccas, Actually, even our branding, the proper naming, of terms are sensitive, sensitive. Like for example, we Filipinos call the expedition not only as Magellan's expedition, but Magellan Elcano expedition, dahil ito yung napagkasunduan, o hindi naman napagkasunduan, ito yung mas ginagamit ng mga scholar ngayon, the Magellan Elcano expedition, to give credit din both to Magellan and Elcano, and then NHCP and NQC, the Quincentennial Committee is are adhering, or supporting the panawagan of Indonesia na tawagin bilang Maluku ang Molucas, so yun ang official name ng Molucas, Maluku. So we are implementing those those terminologies, those proper naming, and even Malacca, we are now using the official name na in-institute ng Malaysian government, Melaka ang ginagamit na rin namin. And also so gusto rin naman din nating i-emphasize na sana maintindihan din at maunawaan ng mga foreigners na sana wag yung tawagin nitong 500 years of discovery of the Philippines, the way we respect your tawag dito, mga idiosyncrasies, like calling it as Magellan Elcano expedition, calling Malucas as Maluku. So sana maging fair and square, na wag sana ninyong tingnan din na discovery of the Philippines itong event sa Pilipinas, So yung ito yung mga diplomatic things na kailangan natin i-consider sa global event na to.
Right. Okay. So again, victory and humanity. Ako gusto ko lang ipaliwanag yung how also nag-evolve yung tema, kasi when it was launched, it was really 500 years of valor and victory. Pero eventually we realized that there's more to, well, of course, the Lapu-Lapu is important, the victory in Mactan is important, but also there is another angle. And of course, syempre, pragmatic tayo, we are also a member of the international community. And we want to also show the side of the story that we did not kill. Hindi naman natin agad pinatay yung mga dayuhan na pumunta dito ng kara-karaka. There's something that happened in between. But, when we welcome them, may nangyari talaga doon na something. I hope you can explain this before we go to the next question, Ian. Yung humanity aspect.
Yes. Actually, we included humanity in the team. Professor Xiao is correct. The original, when we launched the Quincentennial commemorations in December of 2018, the team, we carried actually the original team, the 500 years of valor and victory.
Yes.
So when the presidential communications, when the tourism promotion board enter in the subcommittee on communications and branding, they requested the committee if they can consider the international aspect of the commemoration. So we merged the valor and victory in one, which is victory, and then we included humanity to emphasize the compassion, the magnanimity extended by our ancestors when the Magellan Elcano expedition reached the Philippine shore, particularly in Samar, on March 18 of 1521. Well, they arrived in the Philippine shore on March 16, 1521, but the first contact between our ancestors and these foreigners happened on March 18, 1521.
Right.
And the beauty, the inspiring thing on that first meeting, our ancestors did not attack, very typical to our Visayan ancestors, yung the culture of mga pangangayaw, or the culture of sea raiding, but they actually when they discovered, actually our ancestors discovered the sickly, the almost dying,
yes,
the hungry, starving,
right.
They were 4 months, they were almost 4 months in the Pacific,
right.
They could not see any island to anchor at, actually they saw 2 islands in the Pacific, in their second month of voyage from South America. But unfortunately, those 2 islands were infested by sharks. Ano?
Oh my.
And then the next, and then they were already eating the leather tents,
Mm.
the ropes, the well, rats, and then they already, their food were already spoiled, and then
Right.
they had no potable water.
No fresh
So
water, yes.
and then in Guam they met, well, unfortunately they had a misunderstanding in Guam, and
Right.
then that incident in Guam prompted them not to land in the island of Samar, because they are Magellan was expecting that there were, our ancestors would attack them like what happened in
Mm.
Guam. So on March 16 they decided to anchor near an island, named Suluan, and
Mm.
then because Suluan was inhabited, so Magellan instructed his crew to look for another island that was uninhabited, and that was Homonhon,
Right.
an island next to Suluan. And there in Homonhon, they landed their crew stricken, their scurvy stricken crew, and
Right.
then they hunted a pig, and then they tried eating some fruits that were not familiar with them. I don't know if
Right.
if anybody from the crew was poisoned, but that was March 17, and then they discovered potable water. That's why they up until 19th century, the alternative name for Homonhon given by the Spaniards since 1521 was Aguada, in memory
Ah,
of the potable water
yes.
because water was important to them. 4 months they had no potable water, and then their thirst was I mean the two springs from Homonhon, in Homonhon, they hydrated them. And then on the following day, there was this curious ruler from the distant island, the Suluan, and that ruler himself uh, went to Homonhon and met Magellan. And then Magellan instructed his crew, do not move, until
Right.
I say so. And then Magellan suddenly embraced the ruler, unfortunately the unnamed ruler from Suluan,
Right.
and then he described that ruler the way the Baxter Codex later, in the 1590s would depict and describe our ancestors
Ah,
as tattooed,
right.
and then they're wearing what they call this, silk cloth, and then
Mm-hmm.
uh, their ornaments were made of gold, and
Right.
then and then Magellan asked the ruler if they could have if they could bring in food, and the ruler responded positively. They brought everything they had at that time, and then the succeeding days they brought more provision,
Without
so
without understanding each other, right? They
yes,
were
they
using
were they were
signs.
just using hand gestures,
Yes.
well, probably because that ruler was not familiar with the Malay language, because Enriquez was already was do not forget
Right.
that Enrique is important part of this event, and then Enrique would be able to converse, with our ancestors only when they reach the island of Mazawa,
Right.
because according to Pigafetta, the chronicler of the expedition, our rulers then were polyglots. They
Right.
knew different languages,
Yes.
So and fortunately, Malay was a widely spoken language in
In
Southeast
Southeast
Asia.
Asia, yes.
Actually, if as early as AD 900, the Laguna Copperplate inscription discovered in Laguna, it is written in Old Malay. So as early
Right.
as AD 900, the Malay language was already widespread, even in as far as Luzon, So what more in the Visayas, So, and even one of the survivors of the expedition, Hines de Mapra, recorded that the Malay language was widely spoken in this region pertaining to the Visayas, And then there
Right.
were also traders, the traders in this Muslim trader in Cebu, whom the Raja of Cebu, Humabon, used as his personal interpreter with Enrique de Malacca. So that's it. That's the humanity aspect of the Quincentennial commemorations, ano?
Which basically shows us that first of all, the what we call Filipino hospitality actually stems from pakikipagkapwa, right? You see a hungry person, you feed them, and notwithstanding if the person is from your own town or from your own country, but even if it's a foreigner, you welcome them and you give them food. And I also think that this is also because, and we are highlighting this in the Quincentennial, I'm quite conscious that we should highlight this, the sophistication, yung pagiging sophisticado ng ating mga ninuno noong panahon na yon. And remember that commemorations, if you had 1961 centennial commemorations of the birth of Rizal or Bonifacio or Aguinaldo, you highlight the heroes, but we haven't highlighted in the past commemorations where when you commemorate, there is a peak in conversation and interest of the people. Hindi pa na-highlight out yung ating mga ancestors. So that's I think that's the beauty of this Quincentennial celebration is we highlight lapu-lapu, we highlight our prowess, the bagani, the one who fights for your own land, di ba? And of course, yung tinatawag natin na humanity, which is pakikipagkapwa-tao ng Pilipino, which I believe is encapsulated in the term bagani. Bagani as a warrior who is also considered a hero during that time. So allow me, Ian, if it's okay, that we share the anthem of the Quincentennial celebrations. I think it's important that we also discuss this later, Ian. Na that there is a song for this na pwedeng gamitin ng mga teachers sa pagtuturo ng Quincentennial at ng Philippine history. No? So sana po pakinggan yung mabuti itong awitin na ito. This was of course one of the projects of the Quincentennial, yung PhilPop, collaborating with Ryan Cayabyab. Nagkaroon sila ng parang workshop ng gagawa ng mga kanta on the Quincentennial, which can be found in Spotify. But the one that was selected was Bagani by Roel Rostata. So I'm going to share now the song Bagani. Wait lang. Okay, share screen. This is Bagani by Roel Rostata.
Sa iyong damdamin ipamalas ang angking galing. Tumayong buong tapang harapin ang buhay, akapin ang tagumpay. Tulungan ang kapwa't bigyang halaga, wag hatakin ng pababa. Isipin wag sana ang sarili lang, pakisama't bayanihan. Subukan nating isulong at ligawan ang magandang bukas. Ikaw at ako magkasama tayo sa lubungin ng kinabukasan. Pilipino sa makapal. kamay, sabay abutin natin ang tagumpay. Patuloy lang tayo sa pagpapanday, tiwala sa Diyos ang sandat at gabay. Subukan nating isulong at ligawan ang magandang bukas. Ikaw at ako magkasama tayo sa lubungin ng kinabukasan. Pagaling ating lahi, mandirigmang Pilipino, dakila ang lahi ko, bayaning Pilipino sa makabago. Ating lahi, mandirigmang Pilipino, dakila ang lahi ko, bayaning Pilipino sa makabago panahon.
There you go. Bagani by Roel Rostata. Ayan, maraming salamat. Now, Ian, what do you think of... ang ganda nito kasi, remember that we are in the time of pandemic and we are in the midst of celebrating one of the important milestones in our history, which is the victory in Mactan and our humanity. And then, we are talking about heroism. Yeah? People should remember na itong Quincentennial ay tungkol sa kabayanihan. Heroism, di ba? Alam mo yung gustong-gusto ko, Ian, na kanta dyan. And sometimes I don't know, the song is really pop, no? But it makes me cry sometimes to think of the lyrics, di ba? Halina't ating isulong at ligawan ang magandang bukas. Di ba? Ikaw at ako magkasama tayo sa lubungin ng kinabukasan. So, in many ways, the Quincentennial is also about our collective aspirations as a people. Diba? Reflected in our history of struggle, heroism, victory, and tragedies. But that we will prevail.
Yes. Actually, I would like to take this opportunity to invite our participants here in the webinar and also those who are watching us on online to kindly search on Spotify the playlist, the 500 years Philippines. That's the name of the playlist. So you can find there the entire playlist produced by Philpap with NCCA and NHCP, funded by NCCA and NHCP. The one who led the search for these songs was no other than national artist Ryan Cayabyab.
Right.
And then the OPM are known OPM artists who actually all of the songs were composed and written by young people, by young Filipinos, So even Roel Rostata is among those young composers, young songwriters composing the album, and we also included in that Spotify playlist the songs used during the Mangayaw. Anyway, that's a different project, but it is also it is quite interesting to hear how these two groups produce songs for the 500 years. The one, as you have acknowledged, it's more the first group of Mr. C are
Right.
pop musicians, and then the other group ethno-musical, the
Right.
medyo may pagka-ethnic, the ethnic sounds, because because Mangayaw is in celebration of the world of our ancestors,
Right.
and we are observing this month, the IP month, the Indigenous Peoples Month, and Commission sa Wikang Filipino advised NHCP if we could conduct consultation with the National Commission on the Indigenous Peoples, so we went to Agusan del Norte, where we attended this meeting of the datos from the Caraga region. Actually, the word Bagani is more associated with the Manobos, the
Right.
Manobos of Mindanao. So we actually, before we use the song and we publicize the song, we ask first the blessings of the datos. They signed a document allowing the government to use as a title the word Bagani, so, and you're right, Kong Xiao, you're right, Prof Xiao. Bagani uh, is encapsulates the transcendental spirit of 500 years,
Right.
throughout the 500 years, we shown the world, we shown the humanity how compassionate we are. We're not just referring to the heroes, to our heroes, and our heroic heritage. We are also emphasizing in the song that whoever you are, as long as you are a fellow humankind, we are here to extend help, to extend assistance. So actually, the spirit of humanity in the 500 years also recognizes, acknowledges the consistent history of the Filipino people in
Right.
in accepting refugees,
You're right.
and even as per Dr. Escalante, the chairman of the LCP, is emphasizing 20th we did not just accept refugees in the 20th century, the White Russians, the
The
Jews during
Jews.
World War II,
Mm.
even during the Spanish period, of course, under the auspices of the Spanish administrators, when Emperor Hideyoshi banished the Christian faithful, of Japan, Manila accepted them, ano, during the Boxer Rebellion, according
Right.
to Dr. Escalante, we accepted a number of Chinese, to the Philippines in the 19th century, and we are consistent here, in this heritage of being one with the world, But also, we do not also, of course, while we celebrating these attributes, this positive side of the quincentennial, and I think Dr. Jobbers would expound on this later, that
Yes.
we are not setting aside, the impact of the 1521 in generations, in the generations hence, because
Yes.
of course, the Magellan Alcan expedition propelled the interest of Spain, to conquer
Right.
the Philippines. Of course, we need to acknowledge that, we are not whitewashing the history,
Right.
we acknowledge na colonization was indeed had a negative impact on our on our ancestors, but I think Dr. Jobbers will expound on that, because for the anthropologists, when the event is quite there is a multiple layers, of event of histories, we are we must look into, and even Director Ana Labrador of the National Museum
Right.
also aired that concern, na National Quincentennial Committee should not only look on the brighter side, we need to emphasize the other side, of what would happen next in the next 44 years, which was the colonization of the Philippines, na we need to assess what what had been lost,
Yes.
and then and then our being and becoming, as a Filipino, what we are now, is product of what happened in the past.
For me, I think that it is important. I wrote this actually in a Manila Times column. I've been writing about the quincentennial in my columns. that this is the centennial is not ought to be celebrated like, glorifying our colonialism. But, recognizing that it happened. No? There were heritage that were appropriated. May inangkin tayong mga bagay na galing sa Europa. This is still part of our identity. Right? Now, what my question would be, yes, you're now emphasizing we're not celebrating our pagkasakop, our the hindi natin celebrate. We commemorate what happened, but we do not celebrate our pagkasakop.
And not even
diba?
Yes, and even we're not emphasizing that we are welcoming, we are celebrating or welcoming in spirit Magellan. We do not take that that aspect.
Yes.
We just see actually that's the very reason, the very concern of Professor Albert Ocampo yesterday.
Right.
We should see 1521 as it happened, because it was, well, indeed it was not about colonization, but it actually propelled.
It propelled, yes.
It was a prelude to the colonization, and we should not romanticize that.
Right.
Well, there were scholars who would say, oh, this is 1521 should not be seen as colonization, but that propelled, that was the prelude, so we should not take that, we should not take that, take that down,
But I like it that we have commemorations, the not at all, because commemorations are openings to discourses. Nag-uusap-usap kasi tayo pag may mga ganito eh. So, ngayon, at least, di ba, pinag-aawayan ngayon, should we celebrate the Quincentennial? We shouldn't, should we? But people are talking. Di ba? Now, I will go to the next point, which is, so how do we now celebrate a Quincentennial na ang hina-highlight talaga natin ay hindi yung pagkasakop sa atin, but we are actually, talking about our ancestors.
Yes. Chairman Escalante yesterday in his welcome remarks, he emphasized that we are maximizing this global platform to advance a cause. The government has an agenda, and that is to dispel misconceptions that our ancestors were savages. So, well, we are appreciating what was then, what was the world then, but if you will see the illustrations, how the foreigners depicted our ancestors,
Right.
Either as American Indian with feathers on their head, or
blacks,
blacks,
Yes.
So we are using this this event to emphasize, and also for the Filipinos, na to revisit the pre-colonial history of the Philippines, that we were educated that history began, the Philippine history began in 1521, which is not, so before 1521 we are already, we were already had a flowering connection with our Asian neighbors,
Right.
and even one of the events cited by Chair Escalante yesterday, na you will be surprised what that the admiral of the Sultan of Brunei encountered by the remaining crew of the Magellan Elcano expedition into the Brunei Bay was the Prince of Luzon. And eventually there is this chronicler, Father Aganduro Muris, in early 1600s, claiming that Prince of Luzon was actually Raja Matanda of Manila in 1571, 50 years after,
Yes.
and then these are the things, 1521, the 1521 event in the Philippines actually, it is a well-recorded event, and the Philippines, we can maximize those materials, those documentations in Portugal, in Spain, about the to reconstruct our early our early history, and also to corroborate also the existing narratives by the Chinese annals, na so that we are not we are not alien in our own history,
Great.
so
Right.
that's the reason why we are why we chose as a team during the 500-day countdown last December 14, 2019, the World of Our Ancestors and the Mangayaw. So we, through the assistance of different theater directors across the Visayas, performers, they converge in Cebu uh, for this cultural presentation about the early culture and society of our ancestors, and then also um, the balangays actually was highlighted during the 500-day countdown,
I was
so
there. I saw
diba
them.
diba because actually when we will issue a map, a circumnavigation map, and there alongside with the two ships, that are the three ships which arrive in the Philippines, we included the balangays in the Visayas because during the journey of the expedition they were accompanied by the balangays of the Raja of Mazawa, and then
Oh,
also
by the way, before
yes.
we go to the next, I'd like to emphasize that the Mangayaw, if you want to watch Mangayaw, it's in the YouTube of the National Quincentennial Committee, Republic of the Philippines. So you just subscribe to that YouTube page. Later on, Ian will show us some samples. Yes.
Yes. And
Continue,
then
sir.
yes, and then this is also the opportunity that the national government will fulfill the law declaring the shrine, the Lapu-Lapu Shrine, the Liberty Shrine as a shrine in the 1969, 1968,
Right.
it should have a shrine and then a museum, So we're just waiting for the passage of the General Appropriation Act for 2021. If this will push through, the Lapu-Lapu Memorial Shrine and Museum. So it is a declared shrine, but it doesn't have any structure enshrining a memory, it's just it's just a monument, so
Right.
unlike the existing national shrines of the government, like the Quezon Memorial Shrine, Mabini Shrine, Pinaglabanan Shrine, Rizal Shrine, they have structures, enshrining the memory of the honoree, of those honorees. And then yet Lapu-Lapu doesn't have any, so we are constructing this shrine. And I think Jerwil can play the walkthrough of the for us to have a better appreciation of the project. The NHCP prepared a walkthrough of the shrine. So here it is, and I hope Jerwil can also play it online. So if you will see, uh, wait.
There.
Okay, so it is inspired by our maritime heritage. The shape of the roof actually intendedly shaped as a boat, as a balangay boat, and then the protruding facade, and on the backside actually it is in celebration of the contributions of our Austronesian ancestors in the maritime technology, and that was the katig, the outrigger, so
And
and
it also
then
looks like the Austronesian roof of a house, the bahay
yes,
bukod before.
yes, actually it has a resemblance,
Or the Naga.
of Southeast Asian architecture, and
Yes.
then the walls, the design of the walls are is patterned after the amakan, that is very typical to a Visayan house, Visayan local house, the amakan, and then actually this monument of Lapu-Lapu here is just a mak, so
Right. There would be a competition.
there
Later you
would
will
be
tell.
a
Yeah.
national competition where we will determine the design of the competition,
Monument itself.
memorializing Lapu-Lapu and his warriors. The NHCP wants it to be a classical monument, like the Rizal National Monument in Manila, and then the Bonifacio National Monument in Caloocan, but just to clarify, the existing monument in the shrine will remain where it
Right.
is now,
Mm.
so the one we are enshrining here is the memory of the victory at Mactan, and then the two sides will will house the what they call this, will house the museums in about the event and then
Right.
alongside with the shrine one of the major projects of NQC is to is to open for the first time a museum of Philippine early history in Butuan
Wow.
so for the longest time, it is the National Museum of the Philippines that is hosting the pre-1521 collection and memory of our ancestors
Right.
um the National Museum and NHCP agreed in one board meeting because Director General Jeremy Barnes is part of the committee of the commissioners of the NHCP. They will develop this Museum of Philippine Early History based on the historical documents, the pre-Hispanic, because most of our I think a big part of our history is based on the Hispanic sources, So we are now highlighting here in the museum the pre-Hispanic sources, spanning from the AD 900 Laguna carpet inscription, and then the Chinese annals, the Portuguese accounts
Yes.
about our ancestors
Which
before
mentioned Butuan,
1565.
ah? Which
Yes, they
mentioned
mentioned
Butuan, the
Mutuan,
Chinese
the
annals.
Chinese annals, So we are dedicating a museum on this, and it will be housed, it is planned to be housed in the old Butuan City Hall,
Mhm.
So this is just an artist rendition of the restored Butuan City Hall, old Butuan City Hall. It is currently being used by the PNP Butuan, and then I think they already vacated the structure to give way for the restoration of the old Butuan City Hall. So and that is the those are the projects highlighting the Filipino point of view of the Quincentennial,
And recognizing Butuan's role at that time as one of the centers of Southeast
Yes.
Asia at that
Mm-mm.
time. Huh? Oh, anyway, so there would be, of course, if you want to go to if you want to see the details of that, puntahan nyo po yung National Quincentennial FB and the nqc.gov.ph, which is
Mm-mm.
the site of the NQC. For example, there would be, yun, yung mga monuments contest and all. But my question would be, and this is my last before I go to Sir Jobbers, and then you will join us later still. I would like to ask, the pandemic happened, I know I'm quite privy of the plans because, I'm part of one of the writers of the Quincentennial. But because of the pandemic, that's supposed to be big celebration in April 27, which is the day of the Quincentennial, is parang syempre on hold, we cannot really do it yet. Walang kalinawan yan eh. So in the time of pandemic, how do we, uh, shall we say, make people interested in the Quincentennial? What are your initiatives? Now, we can still continue to celebrate it even while social distancing in this crucial time.
Yes. The good thing about our time, we are now in the age of social media. So social media is one of the one of the great one of the factors that still we make we want to be more relevant on social
Right.
media, so we are hosting almost every week like different lectures about the Quincentennial. Actually, we just finished a lecture on the dogs of our ancestors, the role of the dogs,
Oh,
even those
yes.
even those things, we are highlighting that our dogs were already part of our ancestors, and then I think 50% of the budget of the National Quincentennial Committee was reverted to the
Right.
treasury for the for the use for the Bayanihan to Heal as One Act,
Mm-mm.
in support of that. And then we actually, one of the major projects of the committee was Dr. Escalante chose to retain one of the major projects, and this is the marking of the route of the expedition in the Philippines, because DFA is now joining Spain and Portugal in lobbying in the UNESCO to inscribe the route of the first circumnavigation of the world as World Heritage Site, ano.
Right.
This is one of the projects in this pandemic, during the pandemic, we pushed through, ano. So we identified the sites along the route, ano. And then
Mhm.
and as much as possible, we favored the Philippine, which is this is the this is the wisdom on wisdom of the cracks in the parchment curtain, as dimension, espoused by
By William
William
Henry
Henry
Scott.
Scott, ano.
Yes.
This is how the memorial looks like, ano. It will
Wow.
be it will bear a historical marker, narrating the episode, again Filipino-centric episode of the event in a particular site, and then we are depicting the on the barrelip, on the marble barrelip, the episode happened in that particular site, this is where you can we incorporated the Filipino-centric point of view of the event, if you will see, our ancestors were not are no longer American Indian like or
Right.
black, so we appropriated the documentation thanks to the Baxter Codex, and then the other accounts, the tattooed, they describe them as tattooed, and then their attires, and then here's the episode. Look at the episode of the Humanhon episode,
Mm.
so the Humanhon episode, the unnamed Raja or unknown ruler from Suluan looks majestic, looks regal, and then the clothes of Magellan are tattered, of course, to emphasize that they bear almost a year, or more than a year of voyage, right? And then the Limasawa episode, the blood compact in Mazawa, so even the positioning of our ancestors are critical in portraying these episodes, so these are just sketches, the basis of the marble relief, and then we are actually downgrading the preparations for next year, of course, because of the
Right.
because of the there should not be a mass gathering, even though we originally planned to have a grand celebration on the D-Day, the D-Day we chose was the 500 years of the victory at Mactan on April 27. That is the April 27, 2021 is the equivalent of the 1998, the decade of the Philippine Centennial,
Exactly.
which we favored, the June 12, 1898, the proclamation of Philippine independence, so we originally planned a grand military parade replicating the what happened in the Quirino Grandstand on June 12 in Cebu. Everything was was downplayed, downgraded, to just a simple replaying in the shrine next year, and then there will be a reenactment, a short of reenactment, and a small military honors, military parade, in
Right.
the Liberty Shrine, because we should not take which we should not set aside the fact that Lapu-Lapu is one of the icons of our of the military service, in the
Right.
Philippines. It was an inspiration to our revolutionaries, evidence to this is this poem of Emilio Jacinto invoking the memory of Lapu-Lapu in 1895, where has the blood of Lapu-Lapu gone, yun ang that's the line in the in that particular poem of Jacinto. And even during the proclamation of Philippine independence on June 12, 1898, Lapu-Lapu in the memory of Mactan were invoked, during the proclamation. So that is the reason why we are emphasizing the role of Mactan in 2021, So this is already announced by Chairman Escalante 2 weeks ago during his cabinet report, with Secretary Andanar, that on the evening, we are trying, the NHCP and NCCA are trying to open finally the Metropolitan Theater So there's still uncertainty, because of the timetable of finishing the restoration of the Metropolitan Theater.
Right.
And on the evening of the D-Day on April 27,
Right.
there will be a cultural presentation about about Philippine history in the there in the
Wow.
Metropolitan Theater. So again, it is still uncertain, but
Yes.
it was already announced by Chairman Escalante. At least they are inspired to finish the restoration of the Metropolitan Theater in time for the 500 years next year of
And the
Mactan.
possibility that there
Yes,
would be something on
yes.
D-Day.
And then
Yes.
by the way,
Mm.
the event will not finish on April 27. There are
Yes.
still succeeding events
Oh,
until we finish the unveiling of the markers on October 28th of 2021 in Sarangani Island.
and
And
also the
uh,
great international conference on the Quincentennial is actually after D-Day
yes,
next
actually,
year.
yes, it will be in October 2021. This will be I think siguro this PHA conference 2.0.
You're right.
And what is unique to on that international conference we are planning. For the first time, we gathered all together the major historical societies, the Philippine National Historical Society,
Yes.
PHA, ADHICA, the
Department of
the
Histories.
history departments
Yes.
of the country, and even the Church Historians Association of the Philippines, and even the
Bangsamoro.
Bangsamoro, the Bureau on Cultural Heritage,
Right.
the counterpart of NCCA and NHCP in the BARM region, and actually Director Ardan Sali, the of BARM is with us here, in this webinar,
Wow. Thank you,
So
sir.
yes, so it will be
Assalamualaikum.
yes, the event in 2021 will be a mix of cultural, historical, and educational, And there are a lot more. There are a lot more preparations for 2021 exhibits, which
Yeah.
I cannot detail
Well,
now.
just follow the
Uh,
Facebook page of National Quincentennial Committee, and I'm also sure that the Luneta would also be a big part of the Quincentennial. Our friend Ian, Margot Vanessa De Crepito of the National Parks Development Committee is actually watching us today. So hello, shout out. We are also being joined by Gemma Cruz Araneta, the very first, if I'm not mistaken, Southeast Asian International Beauty Queen, Miss International of 1964, first Filipina and first Southeast Asian International Beauty Queen. Hello, Ma'am
what
Gemma.
yes, one of the reasons why we should celebrate the triumphs
Oh
in Philippine
yes.
history,
Oh,
and
the
one of this is the triumph of Ma'am Gemma.
yeah, the first Southeast Asian Beauty Queen became
Oh.
a heritage and history advocate. Okay, thank you, Ian. We'll join. You'll join me later. But before we go to our next guest, alam natin na if there's one person, one performer, one icon, cultural icon that ingrained Magellan's story and Lapu-Lapu story in the minds of the Filipinos for the longest time, was a guy named Yoyoy Villame. Now, of course, he made a funny song. It was really a joke. His Magellan song was a joke. But people read it, people talk about it, it is taught in schools. So what we did was we created a video of the Magellan song, which you will hear. It's funny. The graphics are funny, but it tells the story. Sa baba nun, in the subtitles, we put what really happened. So the Magellan song now becomes a teaching tool based on this video that we made with the National Quincentennial Committee and ADRO. I would also like to recognize, before we play the song, the president of the Philippine Historical Association is here with us today, Dr. Maria Luisa T. Camagay. Makasaysayang umaga, madam. So we will now play the song Magellan. Sorry. Up. Oh, there.
Si Roman Villame, na mas kilala sa tawag na Yoyoy, ang siya na sigurong pinaka-impluensyal na nagpakilala sa mga Pilipino sa kwento ni Magallanes at Lapu-Lapu. Pumatok ang awiting Magellan ng dating konduktor mula sa Bohol na sinulat at inawit niya noong 1972. Halina at balikan natin ang tunay na kwento sa likod ng awit ni Yoyoy Villame ngayong Quincentennial.
March 16, 1521, when Philippines was discovered by Magellan. They were sailing day and night across the big ocean until they saw a small Limasawa Island. Magellan landed in Limasawa at noon. The people met him very welcome on the shore. They did not understand the speaking they have done, because Castilla get at waray-waray man. When Magellan landed in Cebu City, Raha Humabon met him, they were very happy. All people were baptized and built the Church of Christ, and that's the beginning of our Catholic life. When Magellan visited in Mactan to Christianize them everyone, but Lapu-Lapu met him on the shore and dragged Magellan to go back home. Then Magellan got so mad, ordered his men to camouflage. Mactan Island we could not grab, cause Lapu-Lapu is very hard. Then the battle began at dawn, bolos and spears versus guns and cannons. When Magellan was hit on his neck, he stumbled down and cried and cried, "Oh mother, mother, I am sick. Call the doctor very quick. Doctor, doctor, shall I die? Tell my mama do not cry. Tell my mama do not cry. Tell my mama do not cry." That's the end of Magellan in the island of Mactan long time ago, ladies and gentlemen.
So now we're going to, kita nyo yan ha, Magellan. Nakakatawa. Sabi ko nga dyan, if I would be given the chance to write the song, ang ilalagay ko dyan, on March 16, 1521, when Magellan was discovered by Philippines. Kasi Filipino-centric, di ba? So anyway, we will now put Lapu-Lapu, because he's the central figure of the Quincentennial, into perspective. We are joined here by a public anthropologist. He's an anthropologist by profession, and he is also doing public work as an intellectual. I can relate to him because we're doing the same in history. And he is teaching at our partner school. Supposedly, we're supposed to be there in their school in Cebu if the pandemic did not happen. But we're pleased that he is here with us from the University of San Carlos Museum. This is Jose Eleazar Bersales, PhD, Dr. Jobers Bersales. Makasaysayang umaga po sa atin. Maayong buntag.
Maayong buntag, Xiao. Good morning.
Maraming salamat.
Good morning to all the participants also.
I actually, supposedly, this is like, kaya may 2-hour section ako dito sa conference. It is because of the field trip. It is the tradition that the third day of the conference is the field trip. But we cannot do a field trip now. And supposedly, in our plan, si Sir Jobbers will guide us to San Carlos Museum. I will also be with you in the other places. And sabi ko, we should. I always wanted to be with Sir Jobbers to work with him. So we will do it now. even with the pandemic. And we want to talk about Lapu-Lapu. And you're very passionate, one of the public figures in Cebu who's very passionate about the story of Lapu-Lapu. And my question here is, we really do not know much about him. So what do we know about him? Yung talagang alam lang natin, because there's so many myths about him. What do we really know about him? And what are the sources of this knowledge?
Let me wear my thinking cap.
Oh yeah,
There's
love it.
nothing there. There's nothing there. Wala, actually. If you go to the historical source, Pigafetta and Maximilianos Transilvanos and all those secondary documents written out of the Chronicle of Pigafetta and the interviews of the survivors, he's barely mentioned. He's not mentioned at all. I mean, only Pigafetta names him, Si
Right.
Lapu-Lapu.
Not
And,
even Lapu-Lapu, it's Si Lapu-Lapu.
Si Lapu-Lapu, somebody was pointing to that guy, Si Lapu-Lapu. Yeah. And you can see the difficulty, because even the city of Lapu-Lapu has a dash on its name. That's a mistake.
Right.
That was made by the law when it was made into a city.
So we
So
cannot
that's-
change it.
Yeah, well, they can amend the law to remove the dash, because it sounds like a nickname. It sounds like Ling Ling,
Boy,
Sang-sang,
Junjun.
Junjun. Yeah, I wrote about that it should be changed, because the Chinese do that also. They double names as a kind of term of endearment.
Right.
And maybe that's how we endear Lapu-Lapu also.
Yeah, and this
That's one. We don't know anything except that Pigafetta said that he defied Magellan. He will recognize Spanish sovereignty, but will not bow to Humabon, because according to him, Humabon is of lower status in the rank of the chiefs.
oh wow, that's shocking for many of us to hear that he would actually have been more friendly with Magellan had it been that Magellan first got cahoots or went cahoots with Humabon, his arch enemy. So that means also that in a way, and this is where of course all the contention happens, that there are people who say that actually Magellan was a pirate and that he was not, of course, he did not really defend Mactan, but Magellan became a victim of an internal conflict between Humabon and Lapu-Lapu.
Well, if we go by the letter that was sent by the King of Spain to the, I think the Loaiza expedition, they were looking for the survivors of the Magellan expedition, and Loaiza carried a letter from the king to be delivered to Lapu-Lapu in 1525 as a way of asking for forgiveness, for apologies for him for coming into a local fight. Sa Pilipinas, it's the same. Pag magpagitna ka, mamamatay ka. That's what
Right.
happened with Magellan. He stood in between two opposing forces on a very simple, probably local, very simple fight that he had no understanding of. And all he wanted was to show, hubris. I have God with me. I have all the... But Yoyoy was right. He had the guns and he had the armor. And he had an armory of cannons. So that's what emboldened me. I'm sure to you, you just watch Humabon. We go to battle. Don't join, just watch from a distance.
Watch and learn.
Watch and learn. And he didn't realize geography is important, geology is important. Mactan, at Punta Engaño, where the battle happened, has a very long tidal flat. The Americans did not learn from that also in Vietnam. Never go to
Right.
war unless you know the terrain.
Yes,
That's
yes.
what they're doing.
Well, in many ways, that is reflected on why the Americans are still interested with the what they call visiting forces agreement, because they learned a lot from that. It really, if you go to the roots of that, it's really Lapu-Lapu strategy. Know your terrain. But for me, I think just for the sake of discussion, that doesn't diminish the importance of Lapu-Lapu, because Lapu-Lapu is, I think, I was rephrasing it in many ways. I was saying that Lapu-Lapu, first, of course, he demonstrated Filipino ingenuity in battle, strategy, which is, it was described that they came on three sides. So there was
three
the
flanks.
triangle strategy there. Na kinulong sila like a
Street
ano, no?
rats, yes.
Right. And also, Lapu-Lapu defied the pakikialam of the foreigners in internal affairs.
Yeah, that's yeah.
Yeah.
Well, if you look at it from the point of view of natives who were trading with all kinds of islands, there was an active trading here. They were used to foreigners.
Right.
That we can say, not in the sense of white men, but people who spoke a different language. So at an anthropological perspective, you have a group of islands all over, including down to Borneo and all that, who could communicate at least at the level of selling things. So they were familiar with stories. No? And
Yeah.
Maluco was already part of the Portuguese already by then in 1521. So they would have been informed well ahead that there were white people in certain islands.
Yeah, that's why I like the story. I like the theme of the Quincentennial because it actually tells us something about Filipinos. You know, you come here in peace, we will welcome you with humanity.
Yeah.
You know, you start meddling with our affairs without knowledge of our culture and without knowledge of our sensibility. Sure, then. I'm sorry, it's of course I'm joking.
Yeah,
you know, you know what I mean.
Yeah, it is clear in the Pigafetta Chronicle that Colombo, when he said, you go to Cebu if you're looking for provisions, it's very clear that he delayed the trip. They waited for him in Baybay. The Spanish fleet, the boats, waited for Colombo because Colombo was biding his time. He was still sending signals to Humabon, prepare for battle in case these people want battle. So they were familiar with these things. So this was, in terms of international geopolitics today, they had that kind of level now. We should defend our territory. We should prepare to defend our territory. So that's, yeah, but we know so little about Lapu-Lapu. That's why so much is invented of him.
Correct. I will go to that later. But, you know, that's why it's interesting to just put Lapu-Lapu in his context and you just understand the whole story. Remember that, you know, in the Philippines was not a big player in Southeast Asia at the time. We were one of the centers of the Southeast Asian trade route to China. And that's why, you know, I'm always telling the Mindanaoans and the Visayans, you know, before the coming of the Spaniards, but the center, not just, the center was that area, Mindanao, Visayas, Celebes, you know, the center of Southeast Asia. And
I
trade.
think if you look at the Fujian coast and all the studies done on the trading in Southeast Asian and Chinese ceramics, they would go through the periphery of the western side, where we're fighting now with China, no? You're talking of Palawan, Mindoro, the eastern side, the western side of Luzon, because that would be where the winds would bring them.
That's why we understand.
And so that part is very clear in the maritime trading network.
That's why we understand
this period, yes.
We understand the present by looking at the past. Now, before we go to the controversy, so what we really know is this, that Lapu-Lapu was a leader in Mactan Island, and you know that he when feelers were sent to him about being friends with Magellan, he refused and said and Magellan and the people of Magellan warned him, and you really do not realize what goes lost into the translation with the negotiations. But Lapu-Lapu, the people of Mactan said that although you have guns and all of that, we have spears that were pinatibay ng apoy. And of course,
poison.
Poison
arrows.
We really do not know if what Lapu-Lapu's age was. We really do not know if he was even there in the battle. But what is important, if he was the leader of this resistance. Yes. Now, of course, there would be other myths that is not included in what we know. Or for example, I have two things in mind. One, that he was really a pirate. And number two, that he actually came from somewhere. Of course, you can discuss that, no? He did not come from Mactan. He came somewhere.
Well, I'm speechless when it comes to stories like this, because I mean, we are academics. We are trained to understand only that which we can source. At the level of anthropology, we go directly to people, we interview, we live with them. At the level of history, we go through documents and triangulate these documents to see which is a lie and which is the truth.
Right.
So where does the story come from that he's a pirate? These are later inventions. These are called accretions. And this is like in archaeology, my main profession. These are like accretions to a pot. You have an earthenware pot and you have accretions because it's been down there under the sea, and you have barnacles. So these things are barnacles to the real shape of the pot. Do they add to our understanding of the pot that we have? No, they are not. But why do they happen? Because so little is done. And the problem with social media is there's so many gullible people. They believe what someone posts immediately. The Battle of Mactan happened in Mactang, Camotes, because there's so much excavation there. And according to those two TV shows in the 90s, two archaeologists said that it must have happened there. So then you have a group of people believing and asserting and fighting it over in social media. But these are later accretions to the original shape. People must understand that because Lapu-Lapu killed Magellan, he does not have a space in the narrative of the Spanish Empire. He's the one that prevented the colonization. And Ma'am Gemma Cruz Araneta's question is, what would have happened if Magellan was successful? Then there would have the colonization of Spain, of the Philippines by Spain would have been forwarded by 44 years.
Yes,
it would have been
exactly.
fast. In fact, Loaiza came, Saavedra, Villalobos, they all came back to really look for these islands, despite the cost. This was costly. There was a private sponsor of the trip. Lugi siya. He lost in that,
exactly.
in that because only one boat came with spices from the Malocco. So it was a loss, but the Spanish were intent on defeating the Portuguese and finding the source for spices. So Lapu-Lapu is just incidental to the story. So he's not. He's not. It's like the women in Pigafetta's chronicle. They're absent. They're not named.
Right.
Imagine we have Humabon's wife. She's not named. We know her as Juana, and everyone makes stories like her name was Bulakna. Her name was Umamay. Her name. There are all kinds of names because of the absence of text. And so we have what Resale calls the traditions and legends and the actual source.
Right.
And so as historians and as anthropologists, this is our dilemma, I think. You look at Yo-Yo that you played. More people take Yo-Yo's song seriously. I mean, he did capture the pretty
essence.
Of the entire event. No? But there was no doctor, of course. And
So anyway,
say, so there was a doctor in Magellan's.
You know what I think? You know, you raised a very good point that when in the absence of something, people make myths, and that's why disinformation happens. And also, I think perspective plays because those that say that Humabon was Lapu-Lapu was a pirate and a rogue, as compared to Humabon, the legitimate leader, are actually relying on Spanish sources. Of course, who would be so against and so will demonize Lapu-Lapu. But anyway, so that discounts some of the tales that he actually came from the south. That is not substantiated. I think the Cebuanos and the people in Mactan were eating pork, so he cannot be Muslim.
But this was taken seriously apparently, because the former mayor of Cebu was actually made an honorary sultan of Cebu by a Muslim group here 20 years or 15 years ago. And that's how these accretions, these inventions of history are taken seriously by so many people, by non-historians and non-academics. So we must be losing ground. Our truth-telling must be losing ground because many more people on social media believe that one. Lapu-Lapu came from Sumatra. His mother-in-law was a member of the Sumatran royal family, that we were part of the Srivijaya. The word Visayas comes from Vijaya, and in fact, it's Visjaya, according to Bayer, and then later Zaide. No evidence whatsoever. And so it is a longing to be part of the Malay world, I think. for
Right.
us. Because if you look at the map, the Philippines are a group of islands that's at the periphery of the entire trading routes.
Yeah,
You have to
yeah.
thank the Fujianese, the Chinese, for passing through us around the Yuan period or the Ming. But before that, these tradings were going on down south in
Yeah, yeah.
in the Muslim world. And so this longing to be part of that world is very strong among people, among non-historians. And
Right.
we seem like in an ivory tower. Nobody takes us serious. Nobody takes what we're saying. No, Magellan, Pigafetta never said that he was Muslim or that Lapu-Lapu came from this place or that place. And
Now,
yet many people believed in that.
right. But now, I think the question should be, because a lot of people are saying Lapu-Lapu is not the hero of the Philippines. There was no Philippines at that time. He really did not fight for freedom, but it was an internal conflict that he was in. What's your reflection about this?
It's like the Germans, the German Republic, Germany was united only in the 1870s, but the heroes go further
Right.
before the formation of the German Empire.
Exactly.
So if they have all these myths of their founders, the Japanese also they recall their existence from
Yeah.
Amaterasu, mythical the woman and all the legends that go back 3,000 years, even before the formation of the Japanese Empire. So I can understand why people will say, why should he be a Filipino hero? There was no Philippines at the time. If you look at heroes, at the pantheon of heroes of other countries, they're not produced by their republics when they were formed or when they became nations.
I will add to
They
that
look
the
back.
list.
They look back.
I would add to the list William Tell, the national hero of Switzerland, who's not even historically proven to exist. He was
Correct.
a legend in the hearts of the people. But you ask that to a Swiss, they will get mad. Oh, for us,
Yes.
William Tell was real. And
Yeah,
I think
you don't
that's
question those things.
yeah, I think that's also the place of Lapu-Lapu, which we will demonstrate now. So Jobbers, we will come back to you in the last part, or if there are questions for the last question that we have for you. But this is where I will demonstrate through a video the importance of Lapu-Lapu in the national history. Because not only because of what he did in Mactan, but what actually are heroes, what he meant for the heroes who fought for our freedom. So Jer will, please stand by. I will now be playing a video on Lapu-Lapu in the eyes of our heroes. Wait a minute. Okay.
Limang-daang taon na ang nakalilipas. Nagtagumpay ang mga taga-Mactan laban sa mga Espanyol at napatay nila si Fernando Magallanes sa isang labanan noong ika-27 ng Abril, 1521. Dahil dito, ang pinuno nilang si Lapu-Lapu ay nakilala bilang unang tumindig at nagtagumpay laban sa paghihimasok ng mga Europeo sa ating bayan. Ngunit, paano ba kinilala si Lapu-Lapu sa agos ng kasaysayan? Kung tutusin, sa naratibo ni Antonio Pigafetta na mananalaysay ng Armada de Maluco o ng Magellan Elcano Expedition, ang pangalan ng pinuno ay si Lapu-Lapu. Ayon kay Carlo Amoretti, na nagbigay anotasyon sa tala ni Pigafetta noong 1800, ang si sa unahan ng pangalan ay isang pamagat ng mataas na tao. Pinaniniwala ang nagmula ito sa Sanskrit na Shri, ayon naman sa reformistang kasamahan ni Jose Rizal sa Europa na si Trinidad H. Pardo de Tavera. Subalit, ayon sa isang historiador na nakapanayam si Juan Sebastian Elcano, si Gonzalo Fernandez de Oviedo sa kanyang Historia de las Indias noong 1557, ang pangalan ng pinuno ng Mactan ay Kalipulaco. Noong 1614, isang mistisong Chino sa Pilipinas na si Carlos Calao sa isang tula na pinamagatang Que Dios le Perdone na ipinagluluksa ang pagpatay kay Magellan, ay sinasabing Diyos na ang magpapatawad sa pinuno ng Mactan na tinawag niyang Kalipulaco. Tinawag niya rin itong traidor na di na dapat pagtakhan dahil panahon ito ng mga mananakop na Espanyol. Sa katunayan, umani ng negatibong imahe ng Mactan sa loob ng 300 taon, tinawag na Punta Diablo o Enganyo o tangway ng kasamaan o ng manlilinlang ang pook na sa mahabang panahon ay pinaniniwala ang pinangyarihan ng pagpatay kay Magallanes. Doon din ipinatayo ng mga Espanyol noong 1866 ang bantayog ni Magallanes gawa sa korales ng Mactan. Ngunit si Rizal ang nagsimulang tumawag sa pinuno ng Mactan bilang si Lapu-Lapu. Makikita ito sa kanyang anotasyon sa akda ni Antonio de Morga na Sucesos de las Islas Filipinas noong 1890. Ito rin ang tawag ni Juan Luna sa pinuno ng Mactan sa kanyang alternatibong pamagat sa pintang larawan niya na La Muerte de Magallanes o Ang Kamatayan ni Magallanes. Gusto kong pamagatan itong Victoria de si Lapu-Lapu, Hijuina de los Españoles o tagumpay ni si Lapu-Lapu at ang pag-atras ng mga Espanyol. Sa kabila nito, nanatili ang katawagang Kalipu-Lapu sa marami sa ating mga bayani, lalo na sa panahon ng pagtatatag ng bansa. Kalipu-Lapu ang isa sa mga alias ni Mariano Ponce sa pahayagang La Solidaridad sa Europa. Inudyok naman ni Emilio Jacinto ang mga kababayan na iwaglit ang kanilang takot sa mga Espanyol at gawing huwaran ang bayani ng Mactan. Saan napatungo ang dugo ni Kalipu-Lapu, ang masiglang hari sa Mactan, niyang pinatay niya ang lilong si Magallanes. Di yata mga kapatid, di yata't sa inyong buhay wala nang makikita kundi hirap, dalita, sakit, lumbay, lusat kamisan, at maging sa pagpapahayag sa kalayaan ng Pilipinas sa Kawit Cavite, ika-12 ng Hunyo, 1898. Inalala ng mga bayani ng himagsikang Pilipino ang Mactan. Ang pagsalakay na sinimulan ni Hernando Magallanes sa Cebu bago siya mapatay ng hukbo ng Haring Kalipu-Lapu sa Mactan. Noon pa man, pandila na ng mga nagtatag ng ating bansa si Lapu-Lapu bilang una sa mga nasa kapuluan na ito na tumindig laban sa panghimasok ng mga dayuhan sa ating bayan. Kahit wala pang Pilipinas sa kanyang panahon, isinali na siya ng mga bumuo ng ating bansa sa kwento ng laban natin para sa ating kalayaan. Ito ang dahilan kung bakit patuloy na mahalaga at hindi mawawala ang kwento ni Lapu-Lapu bilang paalala na kaya nating tumindig sa sarili nating mga paa upang ipaglaban ang ating pamumuhay at ang ating dangal bilang isang bansa.
So why is Lapu-Lapu important in national history? It is because our heroes made him important. How can you argue with that? Right? I mean, so yeah, di ba? So that's
They were
basic.
inspired by his resistance. The name
Yes.
Kali-Pulaco,
Mhm.
hunkers to Kali, a martial art introduced.
Ah, wow.
Well, it's part of the trading with Hindus and the Indic influence in the Philippines. Kali is using Arnis is like Kali, and it doesn't say Caliph. It's not a Caliph.
Yeah, it's
There's
a
no
caliph
Caliph.
in the Muslim.
It's Kali. It's the martial art Kali, because there was this
Right.
part of their defense was to use stick fighting, and some are made of metal. Yeah. Okay.
And by the way, the segment with Jobbers and Ian, this is really about materials. So use of materials that can be found in the Quincentennial Facebook, YouTube, website, Spotify. And I would like to introduce another video to all of you, which basically tells us of. So that's why we're emphasizing here. Just don't look at the Quincentennial, with the, shall we say, with the on the surface. You should look at the Quincentennial, look at the materials that were created for it to teach the story of our ancestors, the way that Magellan saw us in 1521, the time of the contact. So we are now going to play a video about the maritime culture of the Filipinos.
500 taon na ang nakalilipas. Noong 1521, dumaong sa kapuluang magiging Pilipinas ang 3 barko ni Fernando Magallanes. Lumalawak ng Espanya noon bilang kapangyarihang dagat matapos na muling mabawi ang kanilang lupain mula sa mga Muslim at mapagbuklod ito bilang isang kaharian. Ang mga naw ay kilala sa pagkakaroon ng 2 o 3 layag nito na hugis at sulok, nakaiba sa mga galyon na dala ng mga Espanyol sa Pilipinas sa paglipas ng mahigit 3 dekada pa na mas matataas ang layag. Nasubukan ng katatagan ng mga naw sa 3 taong paglalakbay ng Armada de Maluco sa maalon at mabagyong mga karagatan. Ngunit, sa pagdaong nila rito, mas matagal ng thalassocracy o kapangyarihang dagat ang mga bayan at kaharian dito sa Pilipinas. Sinalubong sila ng iba't ibang sasakyang pandagat tulad ng baroto, ang maliliit na bangkang may katig na inimbento ng mga ninuno nating Austronesiano, at ang mga balanghay na tulad ng mga isinalarawan ni Antonio Pigafetta. Gayon din ang mga karakoa na kanilang ginagamit sa pangangayaw o pandirigma. Ebidensya ng sinaunang diplomasyang pandagat ng ating mga ninuno ang isang kasulatang nilikha noong ika-9 na siglo, ang Laguna Copperplate Inscription, kung saan makikita ang malapit na ugnayan ng mga kaharian ng Tondo, Pila sa Laguna, Dewata o Butuan, at Medang sa Java, ngayon sa Indonesia.
Butuan nandyan na kung ang pagbabatayan ay yung Laguna Copperplate. So 900 AD, nandun na ang Butuan. Ngayon nakikita ko na ang tunay na unang Pilipinas ay yung ugnayan ng Mai at Butuan. Ibig sabihin Mai, Butuan at Laguna area, Tondo. No? So it was isang kapangyarihang dagat, thalassocracy, na ganon din yung Srivijaya. Siyempre, meron silang mga tunay na nahahawakang mga lugar, pero ang pinaka-importante sa kanila, yung ugnayang pandagat, komersyal at kultural.
Dahil sa mayamang kultura sa paglalayag ng ating mga ninuno, nakipagkalakalan sa atin ang mga kapitbahay sa Asia tulad ng mga Chino at maging ang mga taga-India na nagdala rin ng kani-kanilang mga impluensya kasabay ng kanilang mga produkto. Sa panahon ng pagdating ni Magellan, ang Cebu at Mactan ang entrepot kung saan dumadaong ang mga produkto mula sa iba't ibang dako upang doon makipagkalakalan.
Sa Bisaya, na replace yung anito, yung the term anito ng diwata. Bagamat ang tawag nila sa ritual ay mag-anito. So nandun pa rin yung ritual, pero yung katawagan ay Indian, no? Sanskrit. Devata ay Sanskrit. Aside from the fact na tulad ng tinangka kong ipaliwanag, nandoon yung Buddhismo sa Laguna na nandoon din sa Butuan. At alam natin na si Tara ay isang napaka-importanting diyosa ng Buddhismo sa silangang Jawa. At hindi lamang dyan, si Tara ay isang diyosa ng mga manlalakbay.
Sa pagbabalik tanaw natin sa 500 taon ng ating kasaysayan, ating alalahanin na imbis na magkawatak-watak ang ating diwa noon dahil tayo ay pulo-pulo, pinagbuklod ang ating mga pamayanan, kultura at kamalayan ng ating kulturang maritima na dumadaloy sa ating mga ilog at karagatan.
So, in the interest of time, so you see, you can use these materials, lalo na tayong mga teachers, in actually talking about and jump-starting conversations about the Quincentennial. Now, in the interest of time, I would just like to play 2 more videos na sunod-sunod na lang, and then we're going back to our guests and we might get questions from the audience. I'll play something about the, tawag dito, yung ginto ng ating mga ninuno, gold of our ancestors, and then also yung sandugo. And there are other videos that you can find. Meron about pagtatato, and the importance of the Santo Niño, and many, many, many more that you can all use. And Ian later, after the showing of the two videos, will tell us about how to access these videos materials. The wealth of the quincentennial discourse that's happening around the country. So let us share this video once again.
Sa pagdating ni Ferdinand Magellan sa Kapuluan noong 1521, napansin na ng kanyang chronicler na si Antonio Pigafetta na sagana ang ating mga ninuno sa ilang bagay. Dalawa dito ay mga bangkang balangay at mga ginto. Ito ang description niya sa mga taga-Mazawa. Binutasan ng kanilang mga tainga at puno ng ginto. Sa islang iyon ay maraming ginto. Sa talari ni Pigafetta, isinilarawan niya ang rahan ng lupain ng Butuan, Calagan. Mga piraso ng ginto, sinlaki ng mga walnut at itlog ang matatagpuan sa pamamagitan ng pagsasala ng lupa sa isla ng naturang hari na dinala sa mga barko namin. Yari sa ginto ang lahat ng plato ng naturang hari at ilang bahagi ng kanyang bahay tulad ng sinabi sa amin ng mismong haring iyon. May dalawang malalaki at gintong hikaw siya. Nakasabit ang isang punyal sa kanyang tagiliran. May kahabaan at gawa lahat sa ginto ang hawakan at gawa sa inukit na kahoy ang sisidlan. Mayroon siyang 3 tuldok ng ginto sa bawat ipin at tila tinali ng ginto ang lahat ng kanyang ngipin. Kapwa ang bangka at ginto ay may kaugnayan sa ating paniniwalang espiritual. Ang bangka ang nagdala sa kaluluwa sa kabilang buhay tulad ng makikita sa manunggul jar, habang ginto naman ang proteksyon ng katawan o anting-anting upang hindi ito mapasok ng masamang kaluluwa at mapanatili ang mabuting kalooban. Kaya, inilalagay ito sa pinaniniwalaang mga lagusan ng kaluluwa ng tao, sa dulo ng mga daliri sa mga kamay at mga paa at sa mga butas ng ating mukha. Takot di umano ang mga masasamang espiritu sa liwanag ng ginto. Kaugnay din dito ang paggamit ng maskarang yari sa ginto para sa mga yumao.
Bakit yung maliit na estatwa ni Tara ay ginto, kumpletong ginto? Sa palagay mo, isa yun, bahagi siya ng kalangitan, no? At siyempre kaugnay ng araw. Pero at the same time, kahit sa Middle East, importante yung golden. Yung mga pinuno ay may mga suot na ginintuan na damit. Pero it's true na ang Pilipinas ay talagang teritoryo ng ginto. Marami tayong mga panday sa ginto.
Hindi lamang simbolo ang ginto ng yaman ng ating bayan at kultura na naabutan ni Magellan 500 taon na ang nakalilipas, kundi paalala sa atin na may pagpapahalaga ang mga sinaunang Pilipino sa mabuting kalooban. Noong una, akala natin ang barangay ang pinakabatayang unit na politikal ng ating mga ninuno. Ngunit, nilinaw na ito ay isa lamang unit na ekonomiko o grupo na magkakaanak o clan. Ang datu ay pinuno ng clan na ito. Subalit, kung nais ng mga datu na bumuo ng isang mas malakas na politikal na unit, sila ay magbubuklod-buklod bilang mga bayan. Sa Kabisayaan, tinatawag itong banwa. Sa Kailukuhan, ito ay tinatawag na ili. Ang pinuno ng bayan, ang pinuno ng mga datu, ay tatawaging lakan o raha. Upang maisakatuparan nito, sumasailalim ang mga datu sa isang ritual kung saan susugatan nila ang kanilang sarili at ihahalo ang kaunti nilang dugo sa alak upang inumin ng bawat isa. Ang tawag dito ay sandugo. Mula sa salitang isang dugo na ang kahulugan ay pagkakapatiran. Sa Kabisayaan, ang salita para sa sandugo dito ay pag-aanghod o pagtuturingan sa bawat isa na tulad ng manghod o nakababatang kapatid. Sa Makatwid, ang batayan ng pagbubuo ng bayan ay kapatiran. Malalim ang kahulugan ng sandugo sa ating mga ninuno.
Alam natin na ang sandugo ay isang paraan ng ating lipunan upang sa individual maging magkapatid yung dalawang individual. O sa individual, babae at lalaki, maging magkapatid din. Maaaring hindi sila maging mag-asawa, ngunit ang kanilang katapatan sa isa't isa ay forever. Napaka-importante yung sandugo bilang tanda ng malapit na ugnayan ng tao, no? May katapatan, loyalty, no? Honesty. Isa pang okasyon ng sandugo ay tinatanggap ka ng buong lipunan, bayan, dahil nakipagsandugo ka sa isang kasapi ng bayan na iyon, particularly pinuno.
Ito ang ritual na nadaluhan ni Magallanes at chronicler na si Pigafetta nung sila at ang mga kasama ay dumaong sa Kapuluan noong 1521. 500 taon na ang nakalilipas. Gayon din, ginawa din ito ni Miguel Lopez de Legazpi nang dumating sa Bohol noong 1565 at sa Maynila noong 1570. Ayon sa pagkukwento ni Andres Bonifacio sa ang dapat mabatid ng mga Tagalog, gayunman, sila'y pinailalim sa talagang kaugalian ng mga Tagalog na sinaksihan at pinagpatibay ang kanilang pinagkayarian sa pamamagitan ng isang panunumpa na kumuha ng kaunting dugo sa kani-kanilang mga ugat at yao'y inihalot ininom nila kapwa tanda ng tunay at lubos na pagtatapat na di magtataksil sa pinagkayarian. Ito'y siyang tinatawag na Pacto de Sangre ng mga haring si Catuna at ni Legazpi na pinakakatawan ng hari ng Espanya.
Kaya, kung nakipagsundugo sina Pigafetta, ang intensyon ng mga Pinoy, mga Bisaya, ay tanggapin sila doon sa kanilang bayan. Pero hindi ko alam kung ano ang nasa isip ng mga foreigner. Kasi, nung panahon ni Legazpi, ang interpretasyon ng sandugo ni Legazpi ay sinasakop na nila yung mga Pilipino. No? Nagkakaroon tayong sandugo kasi ano na kayo, subject na kayo ng hari ng Espanya.
Ito ang dahilan kung bakit mahigit 300 taon matapos makipagsandugo ng ating mga ninuno sa mga Espanyol, babawiin ni Gat Andres Bonifacio ang mga ritual na ito upang ipakita na tayong mga Pilipino ang tunay na magkakapatid sa iisang ina, ang inang bayan. Nang itatag niya ang kataas-taasang kagalang-galang na katipunan ng mga anak ng bayan, ginawa niyang sandugo ang ritual ng pagsapi. Ipinapakita nito na ang batayan ng pagsilang at pagbubuo ng ating bansa ay ang pagtuturingan ng bawat Pilipino na magkapatid.
So there, these are just some of the videos that teachers can use to teach the history of the Quincentennial and to help us celebrate this milestone, important milestone event, to show our ancestors. Now, I would like to call again Ian Alfonso to tell us more for a few minutes, and hopefully the next 10 minutes we can use for our open forum, but to briefly show us the Quincentennial portal where people can get more webinars information. Yeah.
Yes, thank you, Professor Xiao. So kindly search on the URL tab, the www.nqc.gov.ph. So you will be directed here, or here. So kindly proceed to the resources. By the way, the videos shown by Professor Xiao are uploaded on our YouTube channel. Just search on the YouTube National Quincentennial Committee. Uh, what I'm showing to you here on our website are the other materials you can find. We uploaded on the website under downloadables. Actually, it is not yet it's not yet developed. So we have here the quincentennial paper crafts, where you can ask your kids or your students to to play on this paper craft. So here's Lapu-Lapu, and then we also have Ferdinand Magellan. So, and then a lot more. So we have here the boats of our ancestors, like the Balangay. So the parts of the Balangay. And then aside from these paper crafts, you may also, this is the
That's
interesting
my
part of the
favorite.
website. This is the most interesting part of the website, the portal. So here you can watch. You can watch even this conference we are having now. Will be soon be uploaded here on this portal. Every online lectures or the past lectures of the NQC since 2018 are already uploaded here on the portal. So it is a
Wow.
one-stop
And I
site
can
of
receive
all.
certificates, huh?
You can generate your own certificate here as long as you finish the session.
Right.
So it will generate its own certificate based on the details you declared on the registration form. So you must first log in or register first, then use your login credentials, and you can now revisit or replay the lectures. So these are composed of lectures not only by the NHCP and NQC, but also by UP, other institutions, stakeholders of the NQC. Also
Right.
the monthly lectures of the University of San Carlos are already here. So okay, so
Wow.
you can explore it after this conference. Thank you, Professor Xiao.
Thank you so much, Ian. Huh? I really like the paper dolls. And there's the Boxer Codex of our pictures of our ancestors in a calendar. You can also download that for your visual aids for teaching.
Yes.
Now, I hope that Miss Gemma Cruz Araneta is already joining us, because I think she has interesting points to consider for the Quincentennial. Ma'am Gemma, are you there already? Mm-hmm.
Good morning.
Okay.
Can you
Yes.
hear me?
I miss
Can you
you,
hear
ma'am.
me?
I miss you.
I miss
Yes.
you too. Thank you very much for the honorable mention.
Yeah.
Oh,
Sige, ma'am. Yeah, you want to raise something?
well, the other professor answered it already, because I asked earlier what would have happened if Magellan was not killed
Mhm.
by Lapu-Lapu. Di ba? So sinagot na yung nung isang professor kanina. Oo, sabi niya di napaaga yung yung Christianization and colonization. Napaaga. Ngayon, I think it's a good idea to emphasize that Magellan was actually meddling in internal affairs.
Yes.
Diba? Kaya siya napahamak. Oo, at saka hubris nga yun, hubris. Diba? Hindi man lang niya pinag-aralan yung geography, kung pwede silang lumapit dun sa isla. Diba? Kahit
Yes.
na siguro naisip niya na, ay nako, ito namang mga natives, wala naman silang mga kanyon. Diba? Wala naman silang mga baril. At yun nga sinabi niya kay Humabon, manood ka na lang. Huwag ka na sumali, manood ka na lang. Oh, di ba? Hubris. So, paano mo ipapaliwanag yung anggulong yan?
Right. Maraming salamat, ma'am. I have a question for you, ma'am. kasi we are all generating conversations about the Quincentennial. How do we make it more meaningful and in many ways correct to celebrate or to commemorate this milestone?
Well, I think you're doing well because one of the important points here is to show what our ancestors were like before at the point of contact, di ba? At the point of contact. Because as we grew up and as we learn these things in school, para bang yung history natin nag-uumpisa nung dumating yung mga Kastila dito.
Right.
Di ba? Oo. Tapos sabi nila, wala namang Pilipinas noon. Talaga nga namang wala. Pero katulad ng sabi ni Dr. Noor kahapon, interconnected naman tayo lahat sa Southeast Asia with Asia and with China. Hindi ba?
Right.
Oo. So kahit na walang Pilipinas, hindi pa tayo magkabuklod-buklod bilang isang bayan, marami na tayong mga koneksyon sa ating mga kapitbahay, kapitbansa. O kapit-isla, di ba?
And I think people like you, kasi you've been generating, of course, there are some critical points that you're raising in your columns in the Manila Bulletin. We're reading that. And here we are, of course, along the way, all of us, this is all a learning experience for all of us. Kaya nga, ang importante talaga sa akin is we commemorate so that there would be conversations. Ma'am
Well,
Gemma,
it's also a learning experience for me because remember, the first book I wrote was a children's book about Lapu-Lapu.
Makisig, Makisig,
yes.
Oo,
Makisig.
I love it.
Makisig, the little hero of Mactan. Siyempre, inimbento ko lang yon, no? But then, even then, I already knew na wala pang Pilipinas noon. Kaya hindi ko naman masasabi na, Lapu-Lapu was defending the Philippines.
Right.
So, yung encounter ni Magellan at Lapu-Lapu, ang sinabi ni Lapu-Lapu, this is my land.
Right, my land, yes.
Oo.
Right,
Pero, alam mo ba, na contest kasi yun contest, no? So, third prize lang yung aking makisig, third prize. Kasi, may nagsabi sa akin, yung mga organizers, yung isang judge ay Australiano. Tapos, ang feeling niya, ay naku, masamang influensya ito sa mga kabataan. Kasi ewan ko ba kung ano ibig na sabihin na masamang influensya. Baka siguro dahil nanalo yung native. No, ewan ko ba. Oo, so naging third prize. So
Thank
anyway,
you so much. Yes.
Yung first two prizes were books by Hilda Cordero Fernando.
Oh, wow. Okay na rin.
Okay na rin,
You were very young at that time. You just won.
Well, I was still in college.
Wala pa pala.
Fourth year college pa ako noon.
Right.
1963. Yeah.
Okay, ma'am. Thank you so much.
Sige, thank you.
God bless. God bless.
God bless you too.
We will now go to the last question, which is, what's the saysay of the Quincentennial? What's the saysay of Lapu-Lapu? I think I go first with Sir Jobbers. Sir Jobbers?
Okay. I thought my task was that. Okay, what was that?
Ano pong saysay ni Lapu-Lapu sa atin? Why should we remember?
Lapu-Lapu represents the long history of bravery and heroism that often comes out in the Filipino. I know, there are moments in our history when we forget about our self-interests, about ourselves, about our being villages, about our being regions. These are moments that I find very strange as an anthropologist in the Filipino. During Hayan, we unite, during certain events, people power, all that. And then you get to scatter again. It will take psychologists or whatever to explain what's going on. But Lapu-Lapu deserves to be in our pantheon of heroes. I know it's a debate all over that's why there's never a pantheon of heroes. I think President Ramos, attempted a law to create a pantheon of heroes. And you can imagine, every congressman, every senator will want 2 or 5 heroes from his district to be in that pantheon. But whether we like it or not, whether you are from the north to the south or the south of the Philippines, there was this event, historic event. It was denigrated in Europe for a long time, but whether they like it or not, there was this guy called Lapu-Lapu who had the temerity, but for us the bravery to defend his territory, and that is important for us, especially as we face the family of nations. No, even if we did not have that kind of armaments that Magellan had, this is Lapu-Lapu and his men faced them fair and square. And we must not forget that 2 days or 3 days before Lapu-Lapu, before the Battle of Mactan, Magellan's men actually burned a village in Mactan. It is a short line. It's almost half a sentence. Where they said there were heathens there who did not believe us. They believe in our in one, and then they burned that. And so that there was a preceding incident that united the chiefs of Mactan, except Zula, no, to defend territory. And I think for us as a people in the midst of COVID, we should stop thinking of ourselves, of all this, petty politics, and unite to save this nation and move it forward. And let Lapu-Lapu be an inspiration, for that. And also our propagandists, see how they utilized, they took the narrative of Lapu-Lapu into the center of the struggle to end Spanish colonial rule and assert Filipino nationhood and identity. And that should, I think, that should be the ultimate purpose of how we should look at Lapu-Lapu. He's an inspiration to all of us, and he should continue to inspire us. Even if so very little is known about him, that battle is known.
Thank you so much. It's finally I was able to work with the great Jobbers Bersales from the University of San Carlos. Salamat, sir.
So, may request na ako kina Ian. There's so many Filipino Americans in the United States and Europe, Ian. They're growing up, no? They're Filipino, they look Filipino, there's children of Filipino American, Filipino European families. And they go through, in LA, they're teaching Philippine history there, for example. And the Tagalog language is already recognized there. But I think many of these children will not be able to understand the videos, which are very...
The subtitles, yeah.
Yeah, we could have subtitles in English so that this can be used by by Filipino American teachers in the United States. Because this month is Philippine American History Month in the United States right now.
Right.
So they could access this and help out just a little. Thank you.
We're also working on that. Maraming salamat po. Sir Ian, Secretariat, and I call him, of course, one of the great advocates of the Quincentennial. Ian?
Yes, actually, Dr. Jobbers already mentioned the relevance of Lapu-Lapu. So I think the symbolism of Lapu-Lapu is very strong. Even though, as Dr. Jobbers said, a little is known about Lapu-Lapu, so still he's an icon of his time. So beyond him, we do not know somebody else from beyond before him that is comparable to to his stature in Philippine history. And the fact that the founders of the Filipino nation, the 19th century, elevated him from a mere local icon to a national, to an inspiration, and to inspiration is something that our generation today has to account. So even when you go to the Mount Samat, a memorial to the heroes and martyrs of World War II in Bataan, the biggest part of the base of the memorial to the World War II heroes and martyrs is no other than Lapu-Lapu.
Right.
So Lapu-Lapu himself is an icon of heroism, even though we are still uncertain if he really participated in the battle. But his name is transcendental, and that is the symbolism we are embracing in 2021, that he united even the Muslim Filipinos, our Muslim brothers, identified to him. So Lapu-Lapu is not just a Visayan hero or a Cebuano hero or a Mactan hero. He is we as a Filipino, we inherited his memory as well as those heroes before after him. Even though they were not yet Filipinos, but we Filipinos today were the ones who should embrace their memory and
Right.
be and transform them as part of our identity. We are the inheritors of their memory. They are part of our heritage.
Thank you so much, Ian. Thank you so much, Sir Jobers. Siguro, we're 5 minutes over time, but I would like to just add, and I can add a lot of it to it, but I just want to say, let's celebrate the Quincentennial. Let's get to know more about our ancestors. And I will end with my favorite line from the song Bagani by Roel Rostata. Halina't ating isulong at ligawan ang magandang bukas. Ikaw at ako, magkasama tayo. Salubungin ang kinabukasan. Happy Quincentennial, mga Bagani. And this ends the first part of the second day of the National Quincentennial or the International Conference of the Philippine Historical Association on Maritime Southeast Asia. Okay, maraming salamat po and good day to everyone. I would now pass the next segment to Professor Xiao Chua. Oh, ako din pala yun. Okay, good morning everyone. We are now at the second part of the second day of our international conference of the International Council for Historical and Cultural Cooperation, Southeast Asia, with the theme Arrivals, Conflict, and Transformation in Maritime Southeast Asia, 1400 to 1800, brought to you by the Philippine Historical Association, Masyarakat Sejawaran, Indonesia, Persatuan Sejarah, Malaysia, the National Quincentennial Committee, the De La Salle University Southeast Asia Research Center and Hub, and the University of San Carlos. Now, we would like to remind everyone that we are actually currently streamed live on the Facebook pages of the Philippine Historical Association, National Quincentennial Committee, NQC, the LSU Southeast Asia Research Center and Hub, National Commission for Culture and the Arts, Department of Foreign Affairs and Department of Education, Local Historical Committees Network, Project ICHCC-SEA, and the University of San Carlos, Cebu for free in the public interest. Hashtag PHA65, hashtag PHA2020. I would like to now introduce the second keynote speaker for this international conference. And having this the keynote, we'd like to remind everyone that there would be no open forum after the talk, but of course you can always put your comments in the comment section. And for those of you who posted comments or questions, we will all read them. And that's the beauty of the webinar, is we can all read them and still answer to them even throughout the day. So we would like to now introduce the keynote lecture by one of my colleagues who is a full professor at the History Department of the De La Salle University, Manila. He is also Associate Director for Drama and History at the Bienvenido N. Santos Creative Writing Center in the same university. He has a PhD and MA in History from the University of Santo Tomas Graduate School, a multi-awarded playwright and essayist. His book, Ciudad Murada, A Walk Through Historic Intramuros by Rival Publishing, won the National Book Award for Travel Writing in 2006. And in 2017, his collection of essays, To the Person Sitting in Darkness and Other Footnotes in Philippine History by the USD Publishing, was awarded the National Book Award for Essays in English. He is the author and editor of books on Philippine history and culture and a contributor of articles on history and culture to the local magazines and journals. And now, I would like to emphasize to the audience that this is a very important presentation, and you would know it is because not just because of the great, shall we say, importance that people put in this theme or topic, but also because of the perspective that will be given to us by an insider. So I would like to call to talk about the Mojares panel, investigation into the 1521 First Easter Mass controversy, accessibility, technology, and discoveries. Please welcome my good friend and colleague, Dr. Jose Victor Torres of the De La Salle University, Manila.
Hi, good morning. Can someone release the video? It's been locked. Hi, good morning to all of you. Before anything else, no, I just like to give a slight warning. No, this is one of the situations that probably happens with some of us. My neighbor, my next door neighbor, right beside my house right now, is doing construction work, and there might be some noise filtering in through my lecture. No, just don't mind the noise. It's some hammering and some drilling. No, and my apologies for the noise that will soon come in. And well, I live in a busy neighborhood, and I consider this one of my lucky points in joining an international conference. No? Good morning, no, and I'd like first to extend my gratitude to the organizers of this international conference for inviting me to become part, in the sharing the knowledge that we have regarding in the age of exploration and the events that happen here. The title of my lecture, let me open my slide first. Is it, uh, sorry, Professor Xiao, is it already on?
Yes,
Is
it's on.
the
I'm sorry. Yeah.
Okay, thank you very much. The title of my lecture is the Mojares Panel Investigation into the 1521 First Easter Sunday Mass Controversy, Accessibility, Technology, and Discovery. Now, before I start, no, I'd like to mention to our audience, no, that this lecture will not focus on the Butuan Limasawa controversy, on the location of the 1521 First Easter Sunday Mass in the Philippines. That issue had already been addressed and hopefully resolved in the Mojares panel final report that was submitted to the National Historical Commission in the Philippines in January 2020 and adopted by its Board of Commissioners last July. The topic I will discuss will focus on how the investigation was made with the new trends of technology and the facts that were discovered in the course of the study. In other words, this is the background of how a decision was made. No, I would like to consider it a historic decision. It was done with regards to an important aspect in our history. In 2018, the National Quincentennial Committee convened a panel to reinvestigate the site of the 1521 First Easter Sunday Mass in the Philippines. I use the word here, reinvestigate, because the group which became known as the Mojares Panel was the fourth of four committees that was formed to determine the site of the first Easter Sunday Mass through the years beginning in 1980. For brief background, the first Easter Sunday Mass in the Philippines, celebrated on March 1521, was considered the event that marked the arrival of Christianity in the Philippines. The Mass was conducted by Father Pedro Valderrama, the chaplain of the Magellan expedition to the Moluccas, which arrived in the Philippines in March 1521. The point of contention among historians is where the Mass was held. In the late 16th to early 19th century, sources would show that the Mass was celebrated in Butuan, in Agusan del Norte, Mindanao. The controversy began in the late 19th century when a new transcription and re-examination of the logbook of the expedition's chronicler, Antonio Pigafetta, showed that the actual place of the Mass was on Limasawa Island, later province in the Visayas. The transfer led to angry reactions, especially to the people of Butuan, and a slew of protests to government agencies that is still going on until today, 2 centuries later. This long-standing issue, the exact location, discussed so many times and resolved by the National Historical Institute, the forerunner of the NHCP, through various fora before a panel of experts in 1980, 1995, and the last one in 2008. All of these panels concluded that the site of the mass was on Limasawa Island. However, some groups, mostly from the Butuan side, claim that they were not given ample time to present their position papers before the three panels. New documents and interpretations have surfaced and need to be included in the narration that is to be done in the controversy. What made the reinvestigation more important in 2018 was that the Philippines was going to celebrate its Quincentennial, or the 500th year commemoration of the arrival of Christianity in the Philippines that was happening in 1521, and resolving the issue of the contested site was important. So, in the interest of fairness and to further enrich the historical literature about the controversial event, NHCP Chairman Dr. Rene Escalante decided to reopen the case and give everyone the opportunity to present their various and latest findings. A panel of scholars was again convened to reinvestigate the first Easter Sunday Mass controversy and evaluate now the alleged new evidence. The Mojares panel was composed of the following members. From clockwise, starting from the left, Dr. National Artist for Literature, Dr. Rasil Mojares was chairman. Drs. Danilo Herona from the Partido State University in Camarines Sur. The arrangement is wrong. Francis Navarro, on the bottom left is Francis Navarro from the Ateneo de Manila University. Dr. Carlos Madrid Alvarez Pinier, upper middle on the right, is from the Director of Research of the Micronesian Area Research Center in Guam. He used to be the head of the Instituto Cervantes in Manila. Father Antonio Francisco de Castro from the Ateneo Manila University. And on the one on the right, yours truly, Dr. Jose Victor Torres from the De La Salle University, Manila. I served as the panel's Secretary General during the entire time. The Mojares panel first convened in December 2018 and ended its work with the submission of its final report on January 9, 2020. The conclusion of the panel did not deviate from findings of the previous committees. The site of the first Easter Sunday Mass was still on Limasawa Island. So what was the purpose of this lecture now? One of the interesting things that I eventually saw when we started evaluating all of the evidence was that there was many sources and many other evidence that eventually would came out that wasn't done before by the various committees that were formed through the years. Okay, for one thing, we had to look carefully again at the sources, and secondly, we have to remove ourselves from the determination that the entire result will become a he said, she said type of result, meaning the decision should be firm and should have, as much as possible, various evidences that are not questionable or impeccable. Now, the work that was done by the Mojares panel was no different from the work done by the previous works created to study the Butuan-Limasawa controversy, as I said a while ago. In fact, the conclusions was made on the same spade work that was done, like the ones by the earlier committees. But what made the work unique was that we were doing the investigative work in what is today the age of technology. And that same technology now provided accessibility to archives and libraries abroad. I used to say, because of the present technology of the internet and the digitization of a number of sources and documents, that one can simply, and I think a lot of us historians can do this now, that one simply can write a well-researched book without leaving one's room or without leaving one's house. Why? Because with one click of a button, everything is suddenly so accessible on the internet. I use the term the library on your desk. Because with one click of a button, you can access the sources in one's library, you can order books, so on and so forth. Now, here is what happened before. Researching before the arrival of the internet, you must have the following things to do. One, accessibility. Identify the place where the sources can be found. Get permission to use the facility, meaning you have to go to the library or the archives, no? And you especially have to travel. And there's to find the supposedly a rare work that sometimes is found only in one institution or, bigger problem, one country. Then you have to wait for the permission to be given, and if permission is to be given, the use of the primary source is only done with a limited time. Second, the availability of resources. As I said a while ago, research requires going to institutions like archives, libraries, not to look at rare books, manuscripts, and documents. Sometimes these primary sources are only found in a single foreign institution. Classic example, the Pigafetta logs. They are only found in libraries in Europe. The original ones. The translations are available already. You can order them on Amazon and everything. But before, no, they can only be found in libraries, as you will see later. Okay? And of course, time. A researcher either goes on leave, from her studies or work to do research, because research requires both travel and money. Yeah, finances is also part of it. And the technology. There was no internet before, yet some of the sources that can be found in microfilm and microfiche, that prevents, of course, the handling of the rare books, in order for it to be protected. However, this technology, although it greatly contributes to the preservation of the rare sources, does not last long. Microfiche eventually would deteriorate. Microfilms will only depend on the machines that would later become obsolete. And this has been a very serious problem with many researchers. Okay? The internet, I'm sorry, the old way to research, although provides us with excellent outputs and results, only gives us limited accessibility, which also means limited research output. Limited research outputs meant limited dissemination of new knowledge. However, with the arrival of the internet and digitization, it suddenly became wider, it suddenly became better. All of a sudden, with thousands of manuscripts and documents, both modern and archival, okay, and accessibility, unless it is controlled by the institution, you can return to it, download it, and consult it now from time to time. Communication, it is so easy now to communicate. Sometimes you write a letter of request in the morning, following the time zones within a matter of hours. That communication has already been answered by the institution where you want to request sources or make inquiries. More researches now meant more outputs. However, more outputs now meant raising the bar in research work, because all of a sudden you have all of these materials at your fingertips. So, How did we do it in with the Mojares panel? The library on your desk, I'd like to use the term always. Now, the library on your desk was advantageous for the Mojares panel, for it primarily provided access to the needed sources. The limitation the previous committees had was that they did not have access to the actual sources, and they had to rely sometimes on the translations of the Pigafetta log. You have here the two popular translations of the Pigafetta log. No, the one on the left is the one by James Alexander Robertson, transcribed from the Ambrosiana manuscript that is found in Milan, Italy, and the one on the right is the translation made by R.A. Skelton that was made from the manuscript that is found in the Yale University Library. Archival documents and other sources were only consulted if they are available in local libraries or private collections and consulted by hard researchers. This was before, when the initial work was being done by the other committees, which also relied on the expertise and knowledge of historians during that time. Emailing made communication possible with foreign institutions, and with the help of the National Historical Commission of the Philippines and representations of our various embassies, we managed now to obtain high-resolution digital copies of the original Pigafetta codices, which were obtained from the institutions where they are kept. This one is the Ambrosiana Codex that was only accessible before in the Biblioteca Ambrosiana in Milan, Italy. This is the Yale Beinecke Codex, found in the Beinecke Rare Book and Manuscript Library in the Yale University, and one of we have to admit, this is one of the more perfect transcriptions of the Pigafetta manuscript. And two other manuscripts were eventually found. These were incomplete. Now, apparently, Pigafetta, if he was the one who wrote this, made two other copies. So, however, this remains unfinished, and they are located in the Bibliothèque Nationale in France, in Paris, France. We have obtained digital copies of it, but the copies that were given for my files, so unfortunately, you have to do a lot of magic with the digitization yet before you can get a good copy. In addition, and this is one of the, for me, one of the big jackpots, the NHCP obtained a digitized copy of Robertson's transcription of the Ambrosiana manuscript, found at the James Robertson Papers at the Edward Ayer Collection in the Newberry Library in Chicago, Illinois. And of course, the copy that was made by Robertson was from the Ambrosiana Codex. The panel also managed to get, to download the 1894 published transcription of the Pigafetta log made by Andrea da Mosto, who was the first to transcribe a complete version of the Ambrosiana manuscript. It was from these manuscripts now that new translations of the section pertaining to the first Mass were commissioned from the Ateneo de Manila University and the University of the Philippines Department of Languages. So we did not rely anymore on the translations of Robertson and Skelton. What we did now in the Mojares panel was to make actual translations from the manuscripts that were made. In fact, there is a study that I do not have the final report with me right now, but what one of the translators of the Department of Languages in UP noted about the Ambrosiana manuscript was that it wasn't pure Italian. Apparently, in his years as a part of probably of the Magellan exploration, the language that was used by Pigafetta was almost like Pidgin. meaning this was already a mixture of Italian, Old Italian, New Italian, and of course Spanish. And there was a bit of difficulty at first, no, but eventually the translation was made. Then this new translation is done now by the Mojares panel. Oh, I have to mention, what was only done was the portion of the first mass, not the entire manuscript. Okay, well, what we basically needed for our work. They were then compared with the translations of the Robertson, the Ambrosiana, and the Skelton from the Yale Beinecke editions of the Pigafetta work. Aside from the above-mentioned sources, at least 28 books in different languages, most of them in digital format, were obtained online for the examination by the panel. Aside from the work done by looking at the original sources, searching through the internet also revealed that several studies had already been made by universities and institutions abroad pertaining to the Magellan-Elcano expedition. They were not interested in the first mass. They were interested in how the journey was made and how it can be traced using now modern technology. It was a great help that communication and access to sources meant only a few hours rather than days or weeks of waiting for consultations with experts abroad for the navigational issues sa point of contention in the investigation. The Mojares panel to Dr. Carlos Madrid requested the help of naval engineer and historian Ignacio Fernandez Vial, the founder of the Fundación, now Victoria in Spain. It was Senor Vial who designed and built and sailed a replica of one of Magellan's ship, the Victoria, that retraced the Magellan's voyage from 2004 to 2006, thus providing extensive data on the route of the Magellan expedition. Just a interesting note, you can view the entire trip on the as a feature on the BBC. It's on YouTube. The title is Voyages of Discovery, entitled Circumnavigation. The panel also consulted present-day articles on the Magellan expedition, one of which proved to be important to the investigation, which uses computerized navigational technology. These are the two articles found on the internet, and it provided a very, very clear study of the expedition using computer technology by determining the longitude and the latitude. Of course, there was always a question with regards to the coordinates of the journey. So it's still not accurate, but the margin of error was actually less and therefore usable. One of the interesting factors also with regards to the work of the Mojares panel was site inspection. I think except for the first committee, there was no actual site inspection done by the panel members of the two previous ones. I think it's the Gangkaiko, of which the head of the PHA now, Dr. Maluka Magay, is of course a member, and of course the Legarda Commission, headed by the late Benito Legarda. The investigation that was done was only using sources that were available, but the actual investigation of going to the site was done by some researchers, or the data was already provided by those who did the investigation on the Butuan and the Masawa proponents. Rather than relying on other materials and photographs presented by the Butuan and Limasawa proponents, the members of the panel, except for Dr. Mojares and Dr. Herola, went to the actual proposed sites. This was, of course, some of the pictures that we have. This is the one found in Baog, Magallanes, in Agusan del Norte, the first site of the Butuan Butuan site of the first mass that was visited by the NHCP following a focus group discussion with the Butuan proponents in Butuan City in November 2019. Then the second trip that happened was on Limasawa Island. We had to actually go to the island. And where the first mass was celebrated, according to the official government panels, two locations, and I'll discuss this later, two locations were actually inspected by the Mojares panel on April 26, 2019. The first one was the shrine that was found on Barangay Magallanes on the eastern side of the island, where the present first Easter Mass shrine, this is the shrine, you can see it in the photograph, is located. The second one is on Barangay Triana, which is on the western side. There is no shrine there, okay? Which was proposed by Limasawa proponent Dr. Rolando Borinaga as the site of the first Easter Sunday Mass and the site where the cross that was planted by Magellan. The other area where we went to was Mount Mingaso, where Magellan's men allegedly, this is from the Butuan proponents, erected the cross na according to one of the Butuan proponents, Dr. Potenciano Malvar. The site was visited on July 12, 2019, by panel member Dr. Carlos Madrid, accompanied by NHCP staff members and some of Dr. Malvar's assistants. It was a very hard climb, and it was raining at that time. And of course, the allegation of the proposal was that this was the place where the cross planted by Magellan was done, if it is on the Butuan side. As I mentioned earlier, the accessibility to institutions and modern technology in research meant more outputs. In the case of the panel investigation, the Mojares panel, it meant more discoveries. So we were surprised that some of this data was not even discussed before in the earlier committee decisions that were formed. Okay, first one, this one discovery. The error, quote unquote, the error of according to the Butuan proponents of that the mass was made on the Limasawa Island was, according to the Butuan proponents, made by James Alexander Robertson because he was using the first transcription, the first public transcription of the Pigafetta log, which is, we call it the Amoretti transcription. And it is from there, according to the other proponents, no, that the error eventually came out because the transcription was faulty. However, upon study of the new data that we had, we eventually would discover that it wasn't Robertson who made the error, who proposed, not made the error. It was Robertson who proposed. It wasn't Robertson who proposed the transfer. The actual error that it was Butuan, and it has to be Limasawa, was made by Dr. Trinidad Pardo de Tavera. As early as 1894, he was already proposing that the first mass was done in Limasawa based on his reading of the new transcription that was made by Andrea Damosto of the Pigafetta log. The other one was, of course, Father Pablo Pastels, the Jesuit historian, who used another source. So, around that time, the publication by one of the logbook of one of the so-called unknown Genoese pilot was already published, and comparing the some of his notes, archival notes that he had with regards to the Magellan expedition, Pastels would also mention in his later works that the mass happened on Limasawa. Okay. Pardo de Tavera apparently obtained and read a copy of the Damosto book, then published the findings in an article in the Spanish newspaper El Comercio in 1895. In 1921, Pardo de Tavera became head of the celebration of the quadricentennial of the arrival of the Magellan expedition to the Philippines, and it was here that he eventually would propose to transfer the first mass site from Butuan to Limasawa. That was later followed by other 20th century historians. As shown in the primary sources and analysis of the coordinates, in the new transcription, because the Mosta had the new transcription, where it mentions also Limasawa, showed that the first mass indeed happened in Limasawa, but surprisingly, the same coordinates already appeared in the so-called erroneous transcription by Amoretti. No? However, because of the reputation that the first transcription by Amoretti was faulty, I think the detail that the coordinates, which was also there as a footnote, no, in this in the one that you see on the slide now, was dismissed because by the fact that the entire book itself was there was a faulty transcription of the source itself. Third, probably one of our third discoveries was that there were more copies of the Pigafetta manuscript than we realized. What we had was, of course, the complete one, the Yale Beinecke and the Ambrosiano manuscript, the two complete ones, then the two incomplete ones from the National Library in France. Robertson himself also believed that there might have been other copies somewhere in some private collection, in some private library. However, these were the only four that eventually would appear. Another interesting fact was that when we looked at the Robertson transcription of the Ambrosiano manuscript, he didn't rely on the Damosta, the one that already came out. He copied the entire Pigafetta log by hand. And it was so difficult to read it because he used a pencil in doing the transcription. That is why, if you look at the copy of the Robertson translation of the Pigafetta in the Blair and Robertson, you would see the English translation on the right and his transcription of the manuscript on the left. Because he apparently considered this document so valuable that he did not rely on any published transcription that already came out. What he did was to copy the entire log by himself, thus reducing the number of errors in transcription, and whatever error would happen would be Robertson's own fault. Probably the last discovery that I can mention here, which has become a my apologies to Dr. Borinaga, but it would eventually become a headache for the Mojares panel, was that Dr. Borinaga, during the Mojares panel investigation in Leyte, proposed that there was another actual site of the Limasawa Mass. That it wasn't the one where the shrine is now presently built. And what probably surprised many of the Mojares panel members was that it seems that based on his research work, Dr. Borinaga may be right. No, that the present site of the first mass in Barangay Magallanes on the eastern side, no, may have been probably it's an error, or probably it is still contested, and the actual mass was said to have been done on this area, the one that you see now in the photograph. Barangay Triana on the western side, not on the eastern side, on the western side of Limasawa. Based on the evidence that was shown, it looks like Dr. Borinaga may be right, but I'm not making any conclusions yet because the recommendation of the Mojares panel to the NHCP was to reinvestigate his proposal that the actual site is in Barangay Triana. Something, of course, that would make it a bit exciting, no? Especially for many history enthusiasts. Now, in conclusion, research using the modern technologies of today has greatly changed the way we conduct historical investigation. The internet, the digitization of source materials, made communication and the sharing of data easier, leading to a growth in the results of research and new data to be discovered. Such was the case of the work of the Mojares panel with regards to the investigation of the site of the 1521 First Easter Sunday Mass in the Philippines. Although the panel of experts, the panel of scholars, still relied much on the disciplines and rigors of historiography, everything totally changed with modernization and accessibility and the new technology that brought about new data and a new way of examining evidences presented for investigation of the 1520, the location of the 1521 First Easter Sunday Mass in the Philippines. Thank you very much for listening. I will turn you over now to the host of this talk. Thank you and good morning.
On behalf of the Philippine Historical Association and its partners, we would like to extend our heartfelt appreciation and gratitude to you, Dr. Jose Victor Torres, for delivering one of the keynotes in the International Conference of the International Council for Historical and Cultural Cooperation, Southeast Asia, with the theme Arrivals, Conflict and Transformation in Maritime Southeast Asia. So I believe to sum it up, you basically told us that there were new data and new ways of looking at the evidence that you considered in this. And if people would like to dig deeper on the evidences that you presented, they have to read the whole Mojares panel report, which is a few, makapal yan, but there's a summary. People were just relying, apparently, Sir Vic, on the summary. They thought that was it. It was not. There's a whole report that can be downloaded at nqc.gov.ph. Sir Vic, maraming salamat po.
It's 70 pages.
70 pages. Thank you so much. It's an exhaustive report. So, thank you so much. I would like to announce that we are joined in Zoom and Facebook by about 300 delegates, members and guests of the PHA and the active watchers from the general public. Hindi pa natin kinakount because the other Facebook pages like DEP and DFA also had their own watchers. Okay, all right. So we will have a few minutes break before we go to the next speaker about food history and the relation to the events of 1521. So we would just like to have a CR break. And again, thank you very much for listening to this session on the very important findings of the Limasawa first Mass, so first Easter Sunday Mass. Thank you so much and mabuhay. We will return in a few minutes.
Ang mga anting-anting ay pinaniniwalaan noon na proteksyon ng tao laban sa masamang kaluluwa upang mapanatili ang mabuting kalooban. Subalit, para sa hangaway o mandirigmang Bisaya, mag-iibangan nyo ang anting-anting. Imbis na isusuot, ito ay itatato na ng mandirigma sa kanilang mga katawan. Tinatawag ding batek ang mga tattoo na ito. Nakatala sa Boxer Codex ang mga simbolo na tila bulaklak na dapdap na pinaniniwalaang kumakatawan din sa liwanag ng araw. At ang ibon, mga simbolo ito ni Bathala. Makikita na mga simbolong ito ay makikita rin sa mga tattoo ng mga mandirigma sa ibang mga pamayanan sa Timog Silangang Asya at mga isla sa Pasipiko.
Pintado sila dahil ang pagtatato ay may kinalaman sa pagiging magani. Hindi ka pwedeng maging magani kung wala ka pang accomplishment, no? O pinatay.
Mag-iibangan nyo ang anting-anting. Imbis na isusuot, ito ay itatato na ng mandirigma sa kanilang mga katawan. Tinatawag ding batek ang mga tattoo na ito. Nakatala sa Boxer Codex ang mga simbolo na tila bulaklak na dapdap na pinaniniwalaang kumakatawan din sa liwanag ng araw. At ang ibon, mga simbolo ito ni Bathala. Makikita na mga simbolong ito ay makikita rin sa mga tattoo ng mga mandirigma sa ibang mga pamayanan sa Timog Silangang Asya at mga isla sa Pasipiko.
Pintado sila dahil ang pagtatato ay may kinalaman sa pagiging magani. Hindi ka pwedeng maging magani kung wala ka pang accomplishment, no? O pinatay. Kaya kung ang tattoo mo ay buong katawan, mag-ingat ka doon sa buong katawan na tinato dahil marami nang napatayo na kaaway.
Kung nasusukat ang pagiging bihasa ng isang mandirigma sa dami ng kanyang mga batek, ang isang taong bihasa o may kasanayan sa isang bagay ay makikilala sa ating mga wika bilang batikan.
Pag nilay-nilayan po natin, importante dahil parang sinasabi natin sa the whole world, no, na 500 years na tayo na naging Christians. Yung nangyari, alam po natin, April 14, 1521, yung unang baptism. Gusto ko lang i-underline, no, yung una, yung relationship ng Santo Niño sa first baptism.
The image was taken to the Philippines by the Magellan expedition.
So it was given to Juana as a baptismal gift by Magellan.
Of course, lost for a time because of the unhappy ending of the expedition, rediscovered in 1565 with the Legazpi expedition.
Yung account na makita ni Legazpi, nagpasalamat sa Diyos na para sa kanya ito na yung reward, no, sa hardships nila.
The finding or the common Cebuano term of that is kaplag, pagkakaplag. It is the finding of the Santo Niño's image in 1565. Right after that, it ignited the love, or the zeal of the missionaries to evangelize the country because they found a reason to continue the Christianization. Hence, the role of the Santo Niño is very important historically because this very devotion was used by the missionaries to introduce the faith to the people.
Pero the most important event doon is, since then, naikwento na it united both the Spaniards and the natives.
But today, 92% of us are Catholics. They practice probably folk Catholicism, which is a mixture of indigenous native practices and Catholic practices.
It was eventually given and entrusted to the Augustinian friars who at the same time were present in that expedition because they were the ones in charge for the formal evangelization of our country in 1565.
Now, when did this strong devotion begin? In the 1921 event, the 400th anniversary, it's recorded that there was a celebration at the Basilica. But hindi siya ganun laganap na spread all over. It started, I think, in 1965, during the 400th anniversary of the evangelization of the Philippines, yung 400th anniversary ng arrival ni Eleazar, when there was an international conference, international event. And there was a 1 week-long series of events, including the first Sinulog contest. Because Sinulog used to be like caroling in house to house. In 1965, and then in 1981, lumabas yung Sinulog Festival with a grand parade that created the whole event that internationalized, and it created a whole body of celebrations for the whole week. So, 1965 and the 1981 Sinulog Festival when it started.
Kung may nakikita po tayo na mga reasons why bakit malapit sa Pinoy ang Santo Niño devotion. They accepted the faith and they allow the faith to have a meaning in their lives.
Before God, we should believe that like a loving parent, no? At para tayo, hindi niya tayo pabayaan, no?
It is always an observation to us as Filipinos that we love children, no? And because in our love of the presence of children in the family, kaya ang ano natin, yung attention natin, yung pagpapakita natin ng pagmamahal is always with the children.
And if in the Bible, because of sin, yung mga tao natakot sa Diyos, when God reveals Himself as a child, yung dating ba, hindi tayo natakot sa bata, no? Yung ninyo kasi attractive, no, guwapo, yung cute, no? Instead na matakot tayo, parang we're drawn, no? Na lumapit.
Na malapit sa kanyang puso, madaling puntahan, madaling hingan ng mga panalangin. And so, the natural ability of the person to connect with the child.
At dahil nga sa bata, at dahil nga sa yung inaawit natin na patubalanin sa gugma, like a magnet, it draws us to Himself. As the expression suggests, the patubalanin is a magnet, no? It draws us to Him. No? Kaya nga yung attitude ng Filipino, pag nakita mo yung bata, hindi ka ma-attract, no? Yung lumalapit ka sa bata, yun din yung pagtingin ko dito na in many ways, the Niño unites various people, no? At hindi mawala yung mga away-away, pero in general, it brings unity to the country.
Again, makasaysayang umaga and mabuhay. For the third time, I'm greeting you today. Xiao Chua for the International Conference of the International Council for Historical and Cultural Cooperation, Southeast Asia, with the theme Arrivals, Conflict, and Transformation in Maritime Southeast Asia, 1400 to 1800, brought to you by the Philippine Historical Association, Masyarakat sa Jawaran, Indonesia, Persatuan sa Jara, Malaysia, the National Quincentennial Committee, the De La Salle University Southeast Asia Research Center and Hub, and the University of San Carlos. We would like to remind everyone, we are currently streamed live on the Facebook pages of the Philippine Historical Association, the National Quincentennial Committee, the LSU Southeast Asia Research Center and Hub, National Commission for Culture and the Arts, Department of Foreign Affairs, Department of Education, Local Historical Committees Network, Project Saysay, and the University of San Carlos, Cebu, free in the public interest. So, hashtag PHA65 for our 65th year, and hashtag PHA2020. 2020, I would really like to actually thank some of our people behind the broadcast. And of course, Ian Alfonso, the Secretariat of the NUC, who is actually in many ways directing. And we also have Jerwil Cruz and Joseph Alec Heradilla. Thank you so much for your assistance to the association. We would now like to introduce in the plenary lecture for the Philippines. And again, this is like, I really did not really think of it, that all the topics from the morning until, lunchtime would be about the events of 1521. So in many ways, we are getting a more or less a perspective from many sides and many aspects of the events in 1521. So the next plenary lecture would be given by a cultural advocate. She has served as commissioner of the National Commission for Culture and the Arts, Philippine Centennial Commission, and UNESCO National Commission of the Philippines. She's currently a trustee of the Philippine National Museum and an advisor to the Ayala Museum. She is pioneer in the writing of food history in the Philippines. In fact, just beside me are her books. She was author of In Excelsis, the one of the books on Jose Rizal, one of the most beautiful books, coffee table books during the Philippine Centennial. Yeah, she also wrote about the foods of Jose Rizal, and her latest book will be Kain Na, an illustrated guide to Philippine food. But her next project would be about the food during the 1521 based on the Pigafetta account. So I will not anymore linger here, even if she's my a very good friend and idol. Her top topic would be to feed or not to feed Philippine encounters during the first circumnavigation 1521. I would like to welcome the trustee of the National Museum of the Philippines and pioneer food historian in the Philippines, Feliz Codente Santa Maria.
Good morning to everybody. It's very nice to be with all of you. And I'd like to begin by thanking Dr. Camagay, who I haven't seen for so many years. But I'd like to begin by thanking her, the Philippine Historical Association, and of course, the International Council for Historical and Culture Cooperation in Southeast Asia, and the many sponsors who are here to back up this wonderful endeavor. Thank you for inviting me to share a glimpse into Philippine food history through the circumnavigation of 1521. But before I forget, I would really like to publicly share my appreciation for two young friends, Ian Alfonso and Xiao Chua, who have started to introduce me to our successor generation of cultural workers, cultural custodians, who have been nurtured by organizations like the Philippine Historical Association. So thank you very much for making me feel welcome with this new generation of historians. Food supply may have been an instigating factor for the Battle of Mactan, as we will show towards the latter part of this presentation. Even today, food is a major concern of all expeditions. In the Renaissance, there was still no refrigeration, there was no canning. So even a royal voyage of discovery had to rely on foods like baked bread that was baked twice to remove all the moisture in it. Oh, here we go. Sorry, I'm ahead of the PowerPoint. Okay, so let's switch to the next one. Here we are. This is the title. And as I was saying, hunger is indeed, let's go on, Ian. There, hunger is an enemy of all the adventurers and voyagers. And go on. Next one. So here we go. Even a royal voyage of discovery had to rely on bread that was baked twice. So that was called bizcocho. In English, though, the name is, I think, far more appropriate. It is called either sea biscuit or hard tack. And it was so hard The way to eat a bizcocho was you dipped it in wine or you dipped it in the broth, and you hoped that it would get a little bit soft and you could eat it. Sometimes it was terribly hard that even if you had dipped it, you had to take it out and you had to either get a rock, the bottom of your knife, anything nearby so you could hack it, make it small pieces that you could chew on. So that was the kind of food that they had. You know, foods then were preserved by drying in the sun, drying in an oven, salting, brining, pickling, packing in syrup or honey, and packing in lard. They didn't have the sophisticated type of foods that we have today. They even carried live animals on board in order to slaughter them. I mean, I'm just thinking of how terrible it must have been, you know, to hear all this shrieking of the poor animals that were being slaughtered. They also had hens. They brought live hens, they put them in cages, and the hope was that each of these hens would lay eggs. There were no individual cabins. There were no bathrooms. There was no galley, no running water or dining room. And there was neither a position for a cook, a butcher, or wait servicer. The voyages took on fresh provisions as often as possible. And that meant everything from cereal and animal protein to vegetables and fruits, water, and firewood. Now, while exploring in chartered and uncharted waters, areas of the Americas, the men of the Armada even ate pineapple, sweet potato, they hunted and they fished, and they came across some very unusual animals. To them, these were exotic kinds of fish. And of course, what they meant here was penguin and seal. They considered penguin and seal as exotic fish. But there was no problem finding food. The Armada of 5 ships left Spain on September 10, 1519. A little more than 3 months into the trip, Magellan already decided he better decrease the rations, anticipating a long voyage of discovery. And when the men grumbled, and this was an international crew, not everybody there was Spanish, but when the men grumbled, he appealed to their loyalty to the crown. He reminded them that at the end of this discovery, they would have the spices. They each could have a portion of these spices and sell them when they got back to Spain, and that would make them rich. So they continued to keep sailing. But during the autumn in the southern hemisphere, so April, our Easter celebration, and as they were preparing to winter in Argentina, 3 ships decided to mutiny. Magellan was able to take control again, but clearly the food and threat of hunger, these were beginning to diminish the possibilities of real camaraderie and professionalism for the crew. Magellan repeatedly reminded his men that they had consistently found anchorage where there was much to eat. Now, having lived in Asia and in insular Southeast Asia while serving the Portuguese crown prior to his becoming a Spanish citizen, Magellan knew that their destination had lots of food. The only person we are sure of on the crew who also knew that the spiceries and that area of the world was food rich was Enrique de Malacca, Magellan's slave who sailed as his servant and interpreter. There are no records if any of the other people on the 5 ships were familiar with the food of the spiceries. And I guess Magellan felt it wasn't going to take a long time to cross over from America into Asia. It had only taken them about 2 months, I think, from Ethiopia into South America. So maybe it would only take 2 months to make this crossing from America to Asia. Now, we all know that Magellan found the strait connecting the Atlantic and the Pacific Oceans. Before the Armada was to leave the Americas, one boat had capsized and its crew was saved, but all of its provisions had been lost. So that means that the crew of the Concepcion, there were 31 persons, the crew had to be distributed, let's say, among the remaining 4 other boats. So that was an extra strain now on the food supply. The Armada entered, where are we? Yeah. The Armada entered the Strait of Magellan on November 1, 1521. Now, the halfway mark for their food provisions had been 2 months earlier in September. So the fleet would have maybe, about 9 months of food left to cross over into Asia. But then again, we don't really know how much food was left and how much of it was actually edible. So it might have been really a bad situation. Now, one boat mutinied and went back to Spain, carrying with it its food supply. Those aboard who believed it more prudent to return, they were the ones who believed it was more prudent to just go back to Spain. They already knew where this strait was. Go back to Spain, re-provision, and send out a new expedition. So when the 3 remaining ships, I think we need to switch the slides a little bit. I'm ahead of the slides now. Some more. Ian, I hope you have our little script. Okay. As you can see, here are the foods of Southeast Asia that Magellan and Enrique de Malacca were counting on to eat. Okay, let's see the next one, please. They also knew that these things, that all of these provisions, like the cow and the goat and the swine, which were good foods for Europeans, they knew. Magellan and Enrique knew these foods were just waiting for them on the other side of the world. Okay, next. Let's switch. Okay, let's just hold it there. So when the 3 remaining ships of the Armada left South America on November 28th, Magellan had no idea of the vastness of the Pacific Ocean, and he had no idea that there were no anchorages where one could restock fresh food. He took a risk. He's a discoverer. So it's important that he took that risk. But the men endured hunger for 3 months and 20 days of the Pacific crossing. They ate the bizcocho that by then had pulverized and it smelled of rat urine. They caught the rats that were on board and they sold them if they could. The others just ate them. Probably they skewered them and roasted them, stripped off the skin and ate them. They even tried to soften the ox hides that were used as covering for the main yard. And in order to soften them, they dragged them in salt water first for a couple of days, hoping that they would soften before they roasted them. But no, it didn't work. The ox hide was still very, very tough to eat. And the drinking water that they had already putrefied. Now, a sobresaliente on board by the name of Antonio Pigafetta, he observed that throughout all of this, Magellan endured hunger better than all of them. You must understand that 20 of the men died from scurvy. Now, when they reached Guam, the first landfall after their crossing, the natives there refused to sell this hungry bunch of sailors, these emaciated bunch of sailors. The people in Guam refused to sell them any food. Instead, they took stones and they threw them at the boats, just telling them, go away, we don't want you here. And some of them clambered up on the flagship of Magellan and stole a small boat, a tender, that they were carrying on the boat. So this really enraged Magellan and enraged the men, and they decided that they were going to go down, they were going to storm the village, kill these people, these thieves, burn their homes, and raid them. Pigafetta is quiet about it, but I suspect they really raided the houses there to see whatever food they could get. And that was part of what they carried, considering them spoils of war. Now, Pigafetta's account of the circumnavigation was published. It is the most quoted story of the great maritime discovery of the Renaissance. His telling mentions fresh foods and where to find them. It being Pigafetta's first voyage, he often recorded even the cooking practices. But alas, he gave no names for the cooked foods, for the dishes. He mentioned ingredients, but he never really explained how they were prepared. And yet his book, Pigafetta's book, is the historical baseline for research into Philippine food. His written evidence of cuisine in Central and Southern Philippines provides many first historical mentions, such as for vinegar, which was coconut, for rice and millet, cooked wrapped in leaves like suman, for sorghum, for tinapay, which at the time is defined as a certain kind of rice cake. Not wheat bread, but a certain kind of rice cake. And he also mentions ginger. So we need to thank Pigafetta for providing us with something written and with a date. And this allows us to have a baseline for the kind of research that I, and I hope others, will continue to do. Now, of course, there are exemptions as well to some of what Pigafetta wrote. As you can see on the screen, there are earlier mentions of betel nut being in the Philippines, coconut, honey, onion, rice wine, sugarcane wine, and sweet potato. But again, these are one-liners. They just go, the report will say there was betel nut, there was coconut, there was honey, lots of honey. But nobody really went to the trouble, unlike Pigafetta, of describing food in the Philippines a little more. Now we need to recall that there had been active trade throughout insular Southeast Asia for centuries by the time that Magellan had arrived. And that trade included not only the ceramics and the silks, but rice and foods and cooking vessels. The Philippines is in the Malaysian biogeographical sub-kingdom. The Philippines rests in this Malaysian sub-kingdom in the western zone, and it is included with Borneo, Sumatra, and the Malaysian Peninsula, where Malacca is located. Now, beside this western zone is the adjacent southern zone, which means the group of Java and the spiceries, which is why there are similarities among the ingredients, but there are also differences between the Western zone and the Southern zone. The Southern zone is nearer to the equator and therefore has some botanicals not found in the Western zone where the Philippines lies. Now, Pigafetta records the Insular Southeast Asian Foundation of Philippine cuisine before it became part of the Spanish Empire. So they reached the Philippines, and that was 10 days after Guam on March 16, 1521. And this is the beginning of their stay in my country's waters. The reception that the Armada received was the exact opposite of the Guamanian tragedy. The first Filipinos that the Armada encountered, the men from Suluan, gave Magellan and his men fish, a jar of palm wine, different varieties of banana, and 2 coconuts. In other words, they didn't have a lot of food and they didn't expect to see these ships. But still, they shared their food and they seemed to be very happy about sharing, to the point that Magellan said, "Come, join us here on the beach and eat with us." So totally different reception from the Guamanians. And the Suluans pledged to return within 4 days and bring with them rice and coconut and other food, which they did. So the Armada was able to barter very peacefully, barter for food. And throughout the Philippines, the fleet continued to barter for foods. There were instances, however, when the fleet was desperate for fresh provisions and they had no more bizcocho or any of the usual Spanish supplies. Oh, here we show that there was food that helped to establish good faith. See, so that we were eating fish, we were eating pork and wine and rice served with pork and broth and all these dishes. We were eating this. This is part of Philippine cuisine in 1521. And I'd like to point out one little translation. You see, it says rice served with pork in broth, and then at the bottom it says rice served with fish in broth. Okay. If you read the Italian of Pigafetta, it really says brodo, therefore broth. But be very careful because the Robertson translation is fish in sauce, pork in sauce. And as any person who cooks will tell you, the making of broth and the making of sauce are not the same. And the making of sauce is very complex. And later, in the late 1500s, there are comments for the Tagalog region, and it says there was no sauce. There were no braised dishes yet. So please remember when you read that, when you read Pigafetta, if you read the Robertson translation, it should be fish in broth, pork in broth, and not sauce. Okay, so I think we can go to the next slide. Okay, here we are. Now, as I was starting to say, there were instances, however, when the fleet was desperate for fresh provisions. Either people wouldn't barter, or they just didn't find land, and they had no more of the supplies that they were carrying. So this is what they were doing. So let's not think that our Armada, they were all just goody-goody and they were bartering for food. No. When they couldn't find it, they confiscated and they raided. And they ransomed captives for food all the way into Palawan. So let's not forget this. This was the practice of the sea at the time. Okay, so let's see the next slide. But we also see that while food was there to show friendship, food was there, then there was the food that was that they needed and that they would fight for. Food also figured in traditional negotiations in the Philippines. And you will see this repeated when they get to Borneo. You will see this when they get to Tidor, for instance. So they're already outside of Philippine waters. But you will see that this is still a tradition in our waters, that food was part of the negotiating of a treaty or a negotiation of, may I trade in your waters or may I barter for food? And you will notice that even before a negotiation had finished, even when the parties were still thinking about whether or not to become friends, food was still served, which is what happened in Cebu. See, Humabon, he sent the first set of negotiators of the Armada food. And it was an all-meat meal. That is the prestige meal in insular Southeast Asia. When they get to Borneo and they're with the head of Borneo, the king of Borneo, he has so many different kinds of foods and many kinds of meats, including peacock meat, for instance, that they were not expecting. Then after you do a blood compact, of course, you also want to celebrate this. And they would drink palm wine. They would eat rice and fish. I mean, they're celebrating an agreement, just as we do today. So what we do today stretches all the way back. After the positive conclusion of a negotiation, you just had to have food. That was part of the celebration. Let's see the next image. Let's switch the image. Okay. But as you can see, food can also destroy goodwill. And this is where we are getting into the role that food may have played in the Battle of Mactan. No one wants to go hungry. And in the Philippines, there is a tradition in Cebu that feeding others is a means to make both the guest and the host happy. But residents would expect from visitors respect for the local culture and respect for the local food supply. So the Armada arrived in Cebu on April 7th. Remember, this is during tag-init. This is during what we call the hot time, the hot season. There has been a harvest, but there has been no planting yet for the year's next food supply. So they are still living off on whatever they've kept, whatever they've stored, and the typhoons are yet to come. The bad weather is yet to come. The surprises of nature are still yet to come. Okay, just remember that. So the Armada arrives. Humabon says, all right, let's do a blood compact instead. And that means you, the Armada, you don't need to pay the tribute that I expect of everyone who wants to anchor in Cebu. Instead, let's just give each other gifts. That's what we will do. There will be no tribute, but there will be an exchange of gifts. And so Humabon allowed the Armada to barter and trade for food as a gesture of both friendship and brotherhood. Remember, the blood compact is sacred. It means not only friendship, but brotherhood of the same blood. Well, 7 days later, on April 14th, Humabon and his family and chiefs were baptized as Christians. But after that, the date is not specified. I haven't found the date yet. But after they became Christians, another Spanish ceremony was conducted. And this is the pledge of loyalty to Holy Roman Emperor Charles V. So after taking the pledge, the situation changed. Humabon was now obliged to have his chiefs fill quotas of food set by Magellan. So it was tribute in reverse. Next slide. Now, we need to thank Danilo Geronimo for publishing Magellan's demands. I'd always wondered what food did Magellan expect from each of the villages, and I really couldn't find anything. So I'm so happy that Dani was able to publish that this is what Magellan expected from every single chief loyal to Humabon. 3 goats, 3 pigs, 3 loads of rice, 3 loads of millet, and other provisions. Just put yourself in the shoes of the Cebuanos at the time. As I had said, this is during the hot time. You didn't expect these guys to come and ask for food. And now they expect this. They demand this. Now, Cebu was a trade center, but it was never known as a major rice-producing center. Think of the topography of Cebu. First, it's not a very big island. And in the middle of the island is what they call the saddle. There are mountains in the middle of Cebu, running from one end to the other. They don't have the extensive river system of, let's say, Panay Island or Central Luzon, where the rivers are there, they swell, and they provide natural irrigation for large rice fields. So even Cebu had to buy rice at times. No central plains like Luzon that were rich in rice. Next slide, please. Let's switch. To augment the rice supply, in fact, Cebu was growing other kinds of cereal. They had millet and sorghum. Both of these cereals don't need as much water to grow as rice. So imagine if there was a strong typhoon, drought, locusts, or a plague of giant worms, the entire rice harvest would be insufficient to feed the Cebu residents. So it was very important that the Cebu residents have food in reserve for themselves. In addition, Magellan's tribute included pigs and chickens. Definitely pigs and chickens were domesticated as food, but they had an even more important function in Cebuano culture. Pigs and chickens were religious offerings to their pagan deities. They were raised for future rites of passage and to offer when relations got sick. So what Magellan was doing was really eating into the family's investment in prestige food. Now, the events in Cebu transpired rapidly. Okay, the fleet arrives in Cebu on April 7th. Humabon is baptized on April 17th. And on April 26th, a chief on Mactan Island named Zula sends his son to Magellan with only 2 goats. 2 goats. It's supposed to be 3 goats, right? It only has 2 goats. And none of the rest of the food supply. And Zula sends word to Magellan and says, well, you know, my problem is I can't get any more food from Mactan because the other chief here, Lapu-Lapu, refuses to send food. And before sunrise the next day, Magellan and 60 of his men arrive in the waters near Lapu-Lapu's village. And yes, Magellan goes through the usual protocol, you know, saying like, okay, if you will give us food, then we won't hurt you, we won't attack you, and all of this, you know, nobody wants to fight. But the natives by that time, Lapu-Lapu had assembled 1,500 warriors who were prepared to do battle. The metal tips of their lances had been dipped in poison. They even dug pit holes between their houses so that if the Spanish went down into the beach and then into their village, the Spaniards would fall into these pit holes. I think Magellan had miscalculated the odds. He did not know that rocks at the shore would prevent his boat with musketeers and crossbowmen from coming close enough to the shore to be useful. And Magellan with 49 men go wading in the water wearing some heavy armor. And before we know it, on the 20th day that Magellan is in Cebu, we find him dead. I think by forcing the people of Cebu to give food to the fleet and burning the villages that did not give food, Magellan had awakened hatred among the common folk. You know, food is close to food is the stomach. It feeds the stomach and it feeds the heart. It can bring you comfort, but lack of food can make you hungry. So here, Magellan was touching the very heart and stomach of the common folk. For that, no food, not enough food, they will fight. So Pigafetta documented goodwill, tolerance, and deception through feeding in the Philippines. But I just want to end, and I hope I'm still within my time limit. It is wise for us to remember that while food can bring people together, soften fear of strangeness, soften fear of strangers, food can also cause conflict. But thankfully, food is also a force for negotiation and resolution available to all parties who will use food wisely. I hope you enjoyed this little presentation with a slightly different viewpoint on the role of food in the Battle of Mactan.
Thank you very much, Dr. Feliz Pudete.
I'm not
Ma'am,
a doctor.
I'm sorry. Ma'am Feliz Pudete Santa Maria. It's very relaxing to hear your voice, to hear your story, but it's also there's a different way of telling the story of, you know, we always refer to it, the political story, and all the negotiations and the battles. Okay. But, you know, we do not realize how much food is actually part of it. And you also see that Humabon apparently was not uto-uto or aanga-anga. Yeah, because when Magellan came to Cebu, he actually wanted to impose taxes.
Yes.
Di ba? But of course, the Magellan cannot give because they were already, of course, their supplies were already, they depleted. So they gave a promise that would basically tell us that tell Humabon that, you know, if you join us, you will be part of the great Spanish Empire, the strongest in the world. But anyway, that's beside the point. So I would like to now declare the open forum. Jose Victor Torres will also join us. So, ayan. Well, of course, Victor and humanity, we are good as friends, but we are also bad as enemies. So, di ba? Mabuting kaibigan, masamang kaaway. Ayan, nakakatuwa. Yan. Salamat po. So, I would like to review some of the questions here. Ayan, Philemon Quincentennial Jr. to Professor Torres. Yes, he's here. To Professor Torres, some historical accounts of Magellan's first landing in Homonhon Island on March 16, 1521, stayed 2 weeks for food and received by local leader Colombo, with whom he had a blood compact. It was cited that first mass held on Sunday, March 31, 1521, and the declarations of this in your reference sources. And it's funny because there are actually many dates of the first Easter Mass, Dr. Torres. What do you say about this?
Can you clarify that question? Because was the declaration? I cannot understand the question. I was looking at it a while ago. Does it mean that Mr. Philemon stating that the mass was held in Homonhon or something?
No. Well, he just said that the first mass happened on March 31, 1521. So I think he's referring to the date. So is this accurate?
The account that we followed, for the in the Mojares panel, was the one that appeared in the Pigafetta, which and yeah, it's celebrated on March 31st, 1521.
Yeah.
No, and with regards to the if the question, of course, was pointing to Homonhon, I think I should refer I think I should refer to the paper that was presented by Dr. Borinaga before, discounting the fact of that Homonhon was the site of the first mass. Apparently, Dr. Borinaga was pointing to an error that was found in the translation of the Guinness de Mafra log of the expedition.
Thank you so much, Dr. Torres, for your answer. I would like to emphasize, by the way, that the National Historical Commission of the Philippines, one of our partners, they have this calendar that was released for this fateful year 2020, and it shows you the Boxer Codex. This can be a good teaching tool because each of those pictures that you see in the cover are featured in the inside in a bigger scale, but you can actually get them from the ntuc.gov.ph website. And thank you again. Thank you, National Historical Commission of the Philippines, in which one of the agencies attached to the National Quincentennial Committee, for all your support for this conference. My next question would be for Ma'am Feliz Prudente Santa Maria. In addition to Pigafetta's writings, this is from an anonymous asker. In addition to Pigafetta's writings, what sources and texts would you suggest are essential for aspiring and early career researchers interested in pre-colonial and Spanish-Philippine food history and trade? And what would you like to see in future research, especially as we mark the 500th year of the first circumnavigation?
Wow. Okay, that's a lot.
Tough question.
Yeah. Well, I noted in the PowerPoint some pre-Pigafetta mentions of food in Philippine waters. Those are from Chinese sources. The Luzon and honey comes from Tomas Pires. What I think is important is that if you're going to go into food research, you have to really start looking at food mentions in all kinds of Spanish documents, hopefully Portuguese documents as well. And, when I started this, I wasn't really doing food history. So I was getting food stories, vignettes from different eras. And then I laid them in chronological sequence.
Right.
And it is because of the chronological sequence that now we understand the development of Philippine food. There is no one book, there is no one source you can go to. At the moment, I have a book that's trying to get published. We're having problems because the sources for the illustrations are closed because of this pandemic. But if it's any help, please go to my IG page. There are already 8 different, actually like little booklets in an IG format that tackle Philippine food first during the Magellan visit, so pre-colonial, and Philippine food from 1565. We're getting towards 1665 now. So the first 100 years. And some of the sources are mentioned in the IG post, not all of them. But you have to go through things like dictionaries, page by page, and read from the Spanish into the Filipino, or the Spanish into the Bisaya, or Spanish into Kapampangan, and then the other way around. There unfortunately is no one book.
Right.
You can look at supplies, lists of supplies, provisions, and then you will see that the galleon trade was a very big influence on the economy, on food provisions, on food supply. Many people became rich, natives and Chinese, because they contributed to the provision of food. And then you will see the different kinds of foods that were now becoming native foods, what the natives were doing to these foreign types of food, etc. So I'm afraid I can't give you 1 or 2 or 3 specific titles to look at. When my book comes out, all of the the next book, When Mangoes and Olives Met, comes out, the bibliography is there, and there are endnotes. So that, I think, will be of some help to all of you interested in food history. In the meantime, I can only say, please visit the IG posts.
Yep. The good thing about it is it's in IG with a lot of illustrations, and yeah. So what's your IG, ma'am? Your IG handle, so that we can follow you and subscribe to you.
At Feliz Pista Maria.
Okay, Feliz P. Ista Maria.
Right.
All right. Thank you, ma'am. Thank you, ma'am Feliz. And remember that you're coming out with them. Can you tell me briefly about it, about the book that you're doing with NHCP? When will it come out?
We have to ask NHCP. I think they scheduled it tentatively for April next year, in celebration of the anniversary. And it's called Pigafetta's Philippine Picnic. So again, it's a light read. You know, I try to make whatever I write easy to read and understand.
As always.
Thank you, Xiao. And what it does is it takes Pigafetta's version and it retells Pigafetta's version, but it focuses on the food that he mentions from the start of the voyage all the way to the time they get back to Sevilla. So for those who are interested in food history, that has footnotes, that has bibliographical entries. So that'll be helpful. And the translation I did of a 19th century Visayan Spanish dictionary by Father Encarnacion, those words are going to be part of Pigafetta's picnic, Philippine picnic. So again, you have some idea of the transitioning that goes on in Philippine food, what becomes native of Spanish food, things like that. You know? Again, with footnotes. Everything has footnotes. Endnotes, endnotes.
That's good. And again, it would be helpful for our teachers. Salamat po, ma'am. My next question would be for Dr. Torres. This is, of course, the Mazawa controversy. One of the active proponents of this issue is also in a Facebook, and we would like to recognize him. Vicente Calibo de Jesus. To Dr. Torres, did you and the Mojares panel read the Limasawa story of Father Francisco Combes, where in his 3 paragraphs, is there any reference to a mass?
Yeah. First of all, I would like probably to reiterate my first paragraph of my lecture, that the lecture will not focus on the Butuan Limasawa controversy.
Yeah.
Okay. So but probably out of respect in answering the question, one of the things that we considered in the Mojares panel before everything started was that the request for investigation was made by the Butuan proponents, not the Limasaw proponents.
Right.
And one of the things that was initially done by the NHCP even before was to invite all possible proponents to the Butuan controversy to present all of their findings. I don't think Mr. De Jesus participated in the forum. I was glad Mr. Ontiveros, who was also one of the proponents, went there, sent his paper, and that was accepted by the panel for consideration. And so the parameter in which the Mojares panel would work on was that, for one, the side of proving the case of the Butuan controversy, of course, will be on the side of the Butuan panel, because so far the reinvestigation was made because there was a request from the Butuan side, not the Limasawa side. And they were given the chance to do so. So basically, instead of reconsidering and going back to all those sources and everything, and we are familiar with the sources because this has been continuously shown so many times and everything. And as I said also, we were avoiding a he said, she said controversy.
Right.
He said, she said in replying with the controversy. So what was done was not to consider anymore, the replaying of showing all of this data again, but going back to the primary sources themselves. That's why the sources on the NHC, we requested from the sources of we requested from the NHCB the actual documents of the expedition, including the documents of the Pigafetta logs. So what we were working on was not from the translation of Combs, was not from the translation of Colin, was not from the translation of whoever adapted the story, but from the actual Pigafetta manuscript.
All right. All right. Thank you so much, Dr. Torres. That's very clear that you went back to the primary sources. And actually, you did not consider all the other panels. You have to start from scratch. Yes. Thank you so much for answering. Now, in the interest of time, it's 5 minutes before 12 o'clock. And please do not leave because we have a special event after this session very, very quickly. But I would like to recognize first Ian Alfonso, and then after that, Gemma Cruz, and then for very briefly, again, for the interest of time, Mr. Hunterian. Ian?
Yes, Prof. Xiao. There's a question here in the Q&A chat box,
Right.
Just a clarification. Was Magellan offered the same food that were offered to the divinities? If such was the case, was Magellan treated like a divinity?
Right.
So, ayun, so from
No.
Like in Mexico, diba? Like in Mexico, they were treated like divinities in Hernan Cortez, right?
Yes.
Yeah.
No. I have found no record that any of the places they visited treated them like divinities. No. If at all, down in Tidor, they were treated as, and it was in Tidor, the Raja had a vision that there would be these people from overseas who would come and who would help him become the most important leader in the area. And so when the Armada arrived, by then Magellan was no longer there. When the Armada arrived, the Armada was treated as this prediction come true. But that was in Tidor.
Right.
In the Philippines, it wasn't like that. In Borneo, certainly, it wasn't like that either. No, no. They were not considered divinity.
Thank you. Ian, would you like to add to that?
Yes.
I'd like to add to that.
Yes, Ma'am Gemma.
Yes, Ma'am.
Oh, yeah, well, in Mexico, the Aztecs also had kind of a prophecy that the god Quetzalcoatl would return and looking like a fair-skinned man with a beard.
That's right.
So when the Spaniards came, they concluded that this is it. This is Quetzalcoatl.
Yeah.
So maybe that's why they offered him all these things.
Yeah.
But of course, the conquest was very brutal.
Right.
That's
Ian?
correct.
Yes. Actually, I would like to share. Unfortunately, Dr. George Borinaga of San Carlos University left already, but he has a very, very beautiful rereading of the Homon Nuhon episode. When you, according to one of the Quincentennial lectures of NQC, where Dr. Borinaga, George, the young Borinaga, delivered the lecture, he revisited the folklore of Visayas, recorded in 1575, 1580 by the chroniclers, and then the reports of and then also the Historia de la Visaya of Alsina. And Alsina actually recorded in the 17th century the reason why Homonhon was uninhabited. The ancient Warais regarded Homonhon as a sulad, or the domain of the dead, of the afterlife. So and then he reread, and then Dr. George reread the report of this Spaniard in 1580, wherein in the creation myth of the Visayas, the white-skinned men were actually among those children of this father who went astray after the father got angry, and then there was an oracle that there would be a time these white men would arrive again and return home. So Dr. George reinterpreted the Homonon episode as a homecoming of the white men in the Philippines, and also because of the sacredness of the island,
right?
That motivated them to give pleasantries to the expedition, which was not recorded by Pigafetta, unfortunately.
Yes.
So this is a contribution of George Borinaga into the Quincentennial's commemoration.
Right.
That's great. Oh, galing.
Right. That's very good. If I might add, if I might add, the unfortunate thing, and we need to really be very, very aware of this, that when we're going to make conjectures and they are historical in nature, we need to be very careful.
Right.
On the other hand, there is nothing wrong with turning, I think, an event into something of an epic nature.
Right.
And something that may add more power to the myth. Because even history has its myth. History makes myths as well. And all of this is very important. But again, I think in our minds, we need to understand that some of this still needs a little more sleuthing, because we don't find, unfortunately, we don't find them being treated in a godly manner.
Yeah.
Even when they decide to be baptized, we unfortunately don't catch that. And my feeling is not to negate anything, please don't get me wrong here, but that we just need to maybe reread the original Pigafetta and other documents as well, to see if there's anything at all that makes them look godly. I'm afraid that in Pigafetta, no, they were villains.
Yeah.
What happened was, in the end, they were treated as ordinary people.
Right.
They were treated as just like the Portuguese coming into Philippine waters, but coming from a different king. That is very
Yeah.
clear. Very,
Well,
very clear. At
Remember,
least in
there was
Cebu.
a banquet. There was a banquet where they were killed.
Right.
Yeah.
That they were killed. Yes, that was in Cebu.
I would like to now recognize Ma'am Gemma for her question and or point.
Well, there was a banquet where they were trapped, and many of them were killed.
Yeah.
Yeah, that was
Yeah.
after the Mactan thing.
Yes.
Right. Mm-hmm.
I think because they made love, or some people would claim that they raped some of the women in Cebu before the battle, and that was the revenge of Humabon and his men. Imagine Humabon, who was first friendly with the Magellan expedition,
Yes.
apparently became fed up with them.
Yeah, and they also burned houses.
Yes, exactly.
Right.
So that's what
for
they
all
get.
we know, we can just read all sorts of things into the minds of our ancestors. And for all we know, Humabon was just saying, look, I just am going to play it cool and then get rid of you.
Right,
Let's
right.
play it cool. Look, you don't want to stay here. What do you want to do? You want to go to the spiceries. Okay, hurry up. Get your food. Be gone. Go to
Get
the
your food
spiceries.
and go.
Yeah,
But
get your food and go.
well, Felice, I also read something that the Cebuanos were pretending not to have food, so that hoping that the Spaniards would go somewhere else for their food.
Well, if
But then-
I may add to that, that would not be the only time that the Cebuanos would pretend
that they
not
didn't have
to have food to get
Uh-huh.
rid of the Spanish. Read my
Yes.
next book. Read my forthcoming book.
Right.
And remember what Gemma said when you read my book.
All right. For our last, of course, I'm sorry we cannot answer all your questions in public, but if you have chat, I'm also looking at the PHA Facebook. If you want your questions, you can also try to answer them there. And also noted, we look at the things that you're commenting. Thank you so much. Shout out lang kay Celeste Aton. Thank you. And Archil Daug. Thank you so much for now, before I read the last comment here, very beautiful comment, I would like to call Mr. Hunterial for a very brief point. Sir?
Let's see.
Hi, Phil.
Hi, Phil. Hi, Phil.
Kaibigan namin yan.
Opo. I looked at his
Matagalan namin
Facebook
kaibigan yan
page
si
and
Phil.
he looks nice.
Oh,
Yes, sir.
kaibigan namin yan.
Sir, you're unmuted, I think. You're unmuted. You're muted.
Phil, don't be shy.
I think he muted himself.
Oo. Baka we intimidated him, Felice.
Oo nga, sayang.
Padala mo na lang sa akin yung iyong tanong.
Okay. Anyway, sir, okay lang.
Name na.
There would be many other time here in the conference. Pero according to Isabel Annesley Abaw, to conclude this session, but please do not leave. Do not leave. We have a special event here. Napakahusay po ng presentation nyo, ma'am. Mami po natin gamitin ng food history to boost the richness of our history and in turn make our students proud of their past. At sana po may
And
book
the
na maggamit
food.
sa history natin. Marami si Ma'am Felice, hanapin nyo sa Shopee. Sana po magka-book na available in Readings in Philippine History, focus sa food history. That's a good suggestion, Ma'am Felice. Ano? Marami na actually.
Please talk to my publishers to republish. Wala
Yes,
silang mga
a lot of
reprints, eh.
foods. A lot of
Wala
food
silang
history.
reprinting.
Yeah, and a lot of other a lot of other historians now like sina Ige Ramos are also in the food history.
Yes.
A lot of
Kailangan
them.
ma-reprint din yung kanila, hindi lang yung akin.
Right. Okay, so again, on behalf of the Philippine Historical Association and its partners, we'd like to extend our heartfelt appreciation and gratitude to Ma'am Felice Prudente Santa Maria for delivering one of the plenaries and keynotes, and of course, Dr. Torres as well, in the International Conference of the International Council for Historical and Cultural Cooperation, Southeast Asia, with the theme Arrivals, Conflict, and Transformation in Maritime Southeast Asia, 1400 to 1800. Thank you.
Thank you, Xiao.
Again. Salamat
Thank
po.
you,
Thank you, Sir Vic.
Xiao.
Bye, Feliz.
Bye, Xiao. Thank you.
Yeah, pero do not leave because the next part of our conference is a special part, a very historic one, because we would like to recognize the presence of one of Southeast Asia's important historians from the Philippines, author of Passion and Revolution and other works.
Ay, kilala ko na yan.
Dr. Reynaldo Climenia Ileto is
Ileto.
here in the house.
Oh.
Sir Ray, magandang umaga
Panika
po.
ko, hello,
From
Ray.
Australia, live from Australia, Dr. Reynaldo C.
No, I'm not
Ileto.
in Australia.
Wala.
I'm in
Singapore ka na ba? Oh.
Singapore.
Yeah.
So, we are joined here by Dr. Maria Luisa T. Camagay, the president, and also all the other board members. Sorry, I don't have the list. Baka may makalimutan ako. But, you know, all the support from the board members, thank you. And sana may mag-check sa akin ng list para wala akong makalimutan. I usually forget and ayoko na lang may makalimutan. But I would like to read now the unanimous resolution of the Philippine Historical Association trustees. Wait a minute. Yes, on the conferment of a special, well, not really, talagang he deserves this. And I think the PHA is also honored that he will be accepting this resolution. So every year, and I'll give the context first. Every year, we actually have, since I think 2015, if I'm not mistaken, we have honored in our conferences some of the people who had contributed much to our historiography and public history. Of course, Eleazar was one of them, Ambeto Campo, Carmen Guerrero Nakpil. Last year, we gave it to a military historian, Cesar Pobre, who's beyond 90 years old, but still writing actively military history.
What an inspiration.
Yes. So we would now would like to give a resolution, and I will read it in full. A resolution na kumikilala kay Reynaldo Climenia Ileto, PhD, bilang isa sa pinaka-impluensyal na historiador sa Timog Silangang Asya. Yayamang kapisan ng pagkasaysayan ng Pilipinas. Ang pangkarangalan at pangprofesyonal na kasapian ng mga Pilipinong guro at historiador ay nag-aambag sa pagpapalaganap ng kasaysayan sa pamamagitan ng pang-araw-araw na gawain ng ating lupong tagapangasiwa at mga kasapi nito. Yayamang sa matagal na panahon, ang kasaysayan ay sinusulat na nakabatay sa mga opisyal na dokumento ng mga kolonisador at ng mga makapangyarihan dahil sila ang may kakayahan na magsulat ng naratibo at magsinok ng mga batis. Yayamang isa si Reynaldo Climenia Ileto, PhD, sa mga historiador na unang nagpaliwanag sa mga Pilipino ng konseptong history from below sa pamamagitan ng kanyang aklat na Passion and Revolution, Popular Movements in the Philippines 1840 to 1910, na gumamit ng mga literatura at paniniwalang bayan upang bumuo ng isang bagong pananaw ukol sa pakikibaka ng bayan tungo sa kalayaan sa kanilang sariling perspektiba. Isang malaking hakbang sa pagsusulong ng kasaysayang panlipunan at pangkalinangan, kaiba sa kasaysayang politikal na matagal na namayani sa talastasang akademiko. Yayamang ang aklat na ito ay binoto na pang-anim sa 14 na pinaka-impluensyal na mga aklat ukol sa Araling Timog Silangang Asya ng Sojourn, Journal of Social Issues on Southeast Asia, ng Institute of Southeast Asian Studies noong Abril 2009, at si Ileto mismo ay kinilala ng Encyclopedia of Historians and Historical Writing bilang isa sa most influential of contemporary historians of Southeast Asia noong 1999 at nagawaran din ang Fukuoka Academic Prize noong 2003. Yayamang ang mga aklat ni Dr. Ileto, tulad ng Maguindanao, 1860 to 1888, The Career of Dato Uto of Buayan, 1971, Filipinos and the Revolution, Events, Discourse and Historiography, 1998, at Knowledge and Pacification on the U.S. Conquest and the Writing of Philippine History, 2017. Tulad ng Pasyon, ay nagpakita na hindi lamang pagkukwento ng mga partikular na pangyayari sa kasaysayan ng mahalaga para sa isang makabagong historiador, kundi ang paggamit ng multidisiplinaryong lapit at ang pagtahi ng iba't ibang pangyayaring ito upang makita ang mas malaking larawan ng kasaysayan. At yayamang bilang profesor ng Timog Silangang Asya sa National University of Singapore, At bilang professor rin sa Universidad ng Pilipinas, Nanyang Technological University, Australian National University, at Pamantasang de la Salle, Maynila, at sa kanyang iba't ibang mga aklat at artikulo, pinanday ni Ileto ang historiografiya ng Timog Silangang Asya at nagluwal at nagbigay inspirasyon sa iba pang iskolar ng rehiyon. Sa makatwid, ipinapasya gaya ng pagpapasyang ginagawa ngayon ng Kapisanang Pangkasaysayan ng Pilipinas na kilalanin ang ambag ni Reynaldo Clemeña Ileto, PhD, bilang isa sa pinaka-impluensyal na historiador sa Timog Silangang Asya. Nang sa gayoy, maging inspirasyon siya na ipagpatuloy at ipalaganap ng mga guro at historiador ang mahalagang gawaing kanyang nasimulan. At dahil dito, ipinapasya rin na gawaran si Ileto ng kasapiang panghabang buhay. At sa huli, pinapasya rin na ang teksto ng resolusyon ay mailagay sa opisyal na bahay dagitab ng asosasyon at maikalat rin sa tradisyonal at social media para sa kaalaman ng publiko at sa malawak na pagpapalaganap nito. Pinagtibay ng buong lupong tagapangasiwa ng Kapisanang Pangkasaysayan ng Pilipinas ngayong ika-30 ng Oktubre sa taon ng ating Panginoon 2020, pinirmahan Maria Luisa T. Camagay, PhD, Pangulo, pinagtibay, pinirmahan Jonathan Capulas Balsamo, Kalihim. Dr. Ileto, congratulations po at maraming salamat po sa karangalan na ibinibigay nyo sa asosasyon bilang bagong kasapi.
Palakpakan!
Palakpakan nga.
Palakpakan! Taos pusong pagbati!
Acceptance speech.
I have a few words to say. I'm really feeling very honored, especially since listening to sino bang gumawa ng speech na yun? Ikaw ba,
Xiao. We should
Xiao.
The
very nice to hear those words because I often hear criticisms about my work. I hear some praise. My career has always been, a mixed bag. I have many critics.
Polemical.
I have some. Thank you very much. I really appreciate this award because, as you know, I've not always been with the PHA. I'm a latecomer, and I appreciate this award of a lifetime membership, even though I do not have as much lifetime left as I would have wanted.
Don't say that.
The PHA for me is also part of history. It's a very important part of Philippine history. It was founded 9 years after I was born, and so it's part of my own life arc, my own history, because I have known many of the members of the PHA over the years, and I'm glad to see many of you here. Well, my memory is failing me, but my friends are online. You see, I'm not so used to this kind of online thing. I would prefer to be there, but now I am in Singapore. I arrived here only 4 days ago, and I'm still orienting myself to the new environment. And fortunately, I was able to escape being quarantined because I took a COVID test and I tested negative.
Oh, good.
It's very good to be negative sometimes.
This time, it's good to be negative.
These days.
But again, going back to what I want to say, that I'm proud to be part of the PHA because of its history. The PHA was founded at a very important time of our history. This is the era of decolonization. I think the PHA was founded in 1955, if I'm not mistaken.
Yes.
And this was the time when our country was still, in the midst of trying to rebuild itself after the war, and also, I think the PHA was very important in managing the so-called special relationship with the US. We had to sign a lot of unequal treaties just in order to get reconstruction aid, just to be able to survive, those years after the war when our country was destroyed practically. So, the important thing for me that the PHA did in the 50s was to reorient our history towards reconnecting us to the Spanish colonial era, the revolution, and the Philippine-American War. Because the legacy of American colonial rule was to view America as a special benefactor, friend, eternal ally, and to forget about the Philippine-American War, a great misunderstanding. If you look at what, not all members of the PHA in the 50s, but many of them were insisting that we should not place too much importance on the victory over Japan. We forget that in the late 40s and the 50s, the victory over Japan, liberation by MacArthur was the big thing. We forgot about Bonifacio Katipunan and Alvar and Aguinaldo. It was all focused on victory over Japan, and the PHA managed to shift our orientation back to the basics, Philippine Revolution. And that is why, PHA was a key mover in establishing June 12 as our Independence Day instead of July 4. Can you imagine July 4? What a terrible day to celebrate independence, because July 4 is the official date of the end of the Philippine-American War, victory of America over the Philippine Republic. So the other things that I'm proud to be part of is the fact that the PHA was also a key mover in establishing connections with historians in the region, the IAHA, all of these associations. The PHA members were very keen to join up with other historians, not just in Southeast Asia, but in Japan, and Taiwan, and maybe not so much at the time the People's Republic of China, but certainly in the early conferences, we see the participation already of historians from the region. That's very important. And also the PHA was an important player in the passage of the Rizal Law of 1956, and also managing the various centennial celebrations. So it wasn't just a professional association of historians. It was actually a key player in establishing the historical foundations of the present nation state. So the rise and fall of the Philippine Republic will also depend on the rise and fall of the PHA. So I just want to...
That's a tough call.
My parting message is that we should keep on doing the great work that we have been doing since the 50s, because the survival of our country, it's not, we cannot ensure that the Philippine Republic will survive, in the crises that are about to inundate us. This is a very important time in history, and the COVID is only, a small sign of what is to come. Big crises are about to come. And so let's hope that we historians can lend our energies, our ability to relate past and present, in order to survive the crisis that we are about to experience, and we are experiencing now. A crisis that has prevented me from going to Manila. I would like to go to Manila instead of Singapore, but I think that I might not survive the trip if I try to go there now. So thank you very much, President Kamagay, and all the officers of the PHA, and my friends who are online. Thank you very much for this honor. And I hope that, I expect to be with you for the rest of my life. It's a lifetime membership.
Thank you so much, Dr. Mileto. And of course, I would like to recognize, I hope I do not miss anyone, those who passed this resolution, which unanimously passed by the Board of the Philippine Historical Association, of course, the President, Dr. Maria Luisa T. Camagay. Also, the Convener and Vice President, Fernando A. Santiago. I would also like to recognize the Secretary of the Association, Jonathan Balsamo, and the Treasurer of the Association, Arlene Domingo Calara. And of course, the other members would be Gloria Milencio, Ian Alfonso, John Ray Ramos, Jonathan Baldosa, KK Sir Bundang, Rohane Derogongan, Antonio Teodoro Calao IV, Wesley Reyes, and of course yours truly. I hope I did not miss anyone. But and of course, past President Emmanuel Franco Calaio. And so, Sir Ray, Dr. Camagay, all of you na nandito, it's an awesome Zoom room to be in, and all our delegates, napakarami po ninyo. We're just happy to be in this Zoom room and to be here at this historic conference. And with that, I would like to, of course, tell the people that I might play videos in the Zoom room after this, after I say goodbye. But again, thank you, Dr. Rileto. We are honored that you now have joined our ranks.
Yes, thank you very much. Yeah, thank you. Not just to the officers of the PHA, but to the other guests, to Feliz, Gemma, other people who are there. It's good to be in touch with you again after such a long time.
Yes, same to you.
Thank you so much.
Thank you.
Again,
Thank you, Ray.
this international conference is brought to you by the Philippine Historical Association, Masyarakat sa Jawaran, Indonesia, Persatuan Sejarah Malaysia, the National Quincentennial Committee, National Historical Commission of the Philippines, the De La Salle University Southeast Asia Research Center and Hub, and the University of San Carlos. So please join us in the next sessions, which will begin at 1:30 p.m. This has been Xiao Chua, Public Relations Officer of the Association, on behalf of our President, Dr. Maria Luisa Camagay, and the rest of the trustees of the Association. Again, thank you, everyone. Makasaysayang araw po sa ating lahat, and mabuhay.
Thank you to
See you later.
Salamat po.
See you later.
See you later.
Thank you, Feliz. Nice to see you. Gemma.
Bye-bye.
Hi, Maria Luisa.
Bye.
Sige. Bye-bye.
See you later.
Bye.
Okay.